There we go. Hello, everyone. I don't know what was up with my microphone there, but we are here now. Um, that was weird. Anyways, we are the Lost Caravan RPG. We do one-shots, we do mini campaigns, we do long-running campaigns. If it's TTRPG, we pretty much do it all. Tonight, we are playing a fairly new game. I honestly haven't seen a ton about it other than a few videos or some Reddit posts, but Icon. If you are familiar with the channel, you know that we play a lot of Lancer, which is a game that we all dearly love. But this was made by the same people, and to put it in the way that my brain was best able to consume it, was that it's basically a Blades in the Dark-esque game mixed with Lancer. They married the two, put it into one game, and it is beautiful. But before we get into that, I do have a few announcements to get through. The first being our sponsors, which is HeroForge.com. It is the site that we use to make all these beautiful tokens, and it is also where you can go and make hyper-customized miniature models, which you can even paint on the website and get sent straight to your door for whenever the heck we can roll dice in person again, whenever that might be. But they're constantly adding new features each and every month. It's so good. Just go check it out. Even if you're bored, just go make characters. That's what I do. It's so much fun. But you can use the link there in chat to not only get cool stuff, but support us in the process. As you know, they're sponsoring us, and we'd love to send a little love their way. Our other sponsor, as I hit this music, hopefully that's not too loud, is Epidemic Sound. It is the online library of music where we get all of our royalty-free sounds and sound effects. They have just a ungodly amount of different genres and of any mix, match, and variety you could ever want. Computer, stop. There we go.
Hello?
Yeah, my computer is just beeping at me.
Oh.
Yeah, anyways, it's one of those days. Yes, so they have any mix match genre you could ever want, and right now I believe this was like epic fantasy that we're currently listening to. But you can use the link there posted in chats by our lovely moderator, Moon Raccoon, to get 30 days total free access to the entirety of the website. And within the 30 days, if you decide that you don't want it or don't need it, you can absolutely just cancel. It doesn't cost you a penny, but it supports us whether you keep it or not. So, once again, we heck and love you for it. Other than that, our casting call for next month is still up. You can find it on our Twitter at Lost Caravan RPG, which is bam, right down there. It is really fast though, because I think we had like 20 applicants like the end of the first day it went out, which was crazy. But we have a bunch of really cool games up, like Pathfinder, of course, but we also have some Wrath and Glory, some Warhammer 40k. We have Fabula Ultima, TTJ RPG, just a bunch of cool stuff. Go check it out. And as far as upcoming games goes, yeah, our volume is just super off right now. Sorry about that. I'm gonna fix it in a second. As far as upcoming games goes, on the 28th, because today's 26th, on 28th, we have a slight change in the schedule. We are not playing Wild Sea. Instead, we are playing a game called Slasher Flick, which is a game all about just your generic, like, horror slasher movie where the PCs are rewarded for taking and doing things that you would see in a slasher flick, like walking off alone or saying, "Oh, I think there's someone outside. I should go check by myself." It's just gonna be super fun. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Before I jump into any of the setting and lore, why don't I hand it
Cat's
on
yelling
over?
at you.
What?
They're yelling at you about locusts. It's tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow is Locust. Thank you. Yes, if you like horror games, come hang out tomorrow with Locust because it's from what I've seen and for what James has promised, it's gonna be a horror game for sure. But other than that, while I fix the volume settings, I'm going to pass it over to the lovely cast and crew in front of us, give them a chance to tell you who they are and who they are playing tonight. Starting to my immediate right and moving clockwise with Morgan.
Hi, everybody. My name's Morgan Stutler. I'm an actor and voice actor, and tonight I'm going to be playing Pops Harlow. Is a old farmer and nothing else.
Absolutely. And then over to Turk.
Oh gosh, sorry. I'm still laughing at Locust might be a horror game. Maybe. Anyway, hi everybody. I am Turk or Turk Accented on Twitch and Twitter. I'm not as cool as Morgan, but I am playing Orton Harlow, maybe some relation. And he's a churner out here to find his way in the world.
All right. Give me a second because James has decided to redeem emote only.
Chaos. Yes. It's
Oh,
you
God.
only chat.
They moved around all my buttons. While I'm looking for that button, heck.
Hey everybody,
Thank you,
it's
Dido.
me, Sir Hecla. I'm even less cool than the two of my previous party members, so we're gonna see how it goes. You can find me on all the social medias at Sir Hecla, and tonight I am playing Lamosa, who is a Lorito Colossus. She's basically a bird that is both fight and flight, so get ready. I'm excited. And let's keep on keeping on.
Over to
Live,
Kian.
everyone.
Hello everyone, my name is Kian, pronouns they, them, theirs. I know that my other cast members are very humble, but I am by far the coolest person here. That is 100% a joke. I am definitely way less cool than everybody else on the screen. I will be playing Essen tonight, who is a frog harvester, so I've gone ahead and made my little horns. You can't really see because of my background, but my horned flower crown. And yeah, I am super excited to be trying out this game tonight.
Absolutely. So this game is a little bit more on the complicated side, a little chunky as far as rules goes. So bear with us. This is all of our first times playing, and we're probably going to get things wrong, but that's okay. That's how we learn.
I won't. I'm gonna make my own rules.
You do like to play characters that just break the norm. Just like rules, what are those?
It's only
Not allowed.
I have a very rules following character that just happens to want to kill the party. It's very difficult.
Oh, sure.
All right.
Not this one, I promise. I'm a good boy mostly.
So, pause on that music real quick. As I dive into just a little bit of lore. The Wastelands, known as the Scorching Expanse, a formerly war-torn territory left to abandon, left to pirates and raiders, eventually even abandoned by them. Of course, this was all years and years ago, long before any of you were born. Now it simply remains as a treasure trove to be uncovered and explored. Civilizations and cities buried by sand and wind and stone that haven't seen the light of day in generations. So, of course, have bold crews such as yours here, whose entire job it is to go explore said ruins, said abandoned cities, find their treasure, find their history, record it, collect it, and bring it home. Now, I do have one question for each of you and kind of for the group as a whole. What was it about traveling and exploring that drew you all to this lifestyle? If you like, we can go in the same clockwise order unless anyone has an immediate idea. But if not, we can start with Morgan. What was it that drew Pops to the exploration lifestyle?
Significant glance to my bottom right.
I have a problem. I lied. I am problematic.
It's me. I'm the problem.
Provide the drama.
Pops is somebody who he is a lot of this. The only reason that he goes off the farm is because something has disrupted his life on the farm. He is done with this. the adventure, excitement. He craves not these things. That being said, it's harvest time. We need some people on. We need some extra hands, and some extra hands waltzed off.
How many times since you've all been traveling together has Pop said, "I'm too damn old for this"?
Probably a few at the very least.
I imagine there's like how many beams in the jar kind of guessing game, and Orton placed the highest number, and everyone thought he was crazy, and he just watched as everyone gets crossed off the list of their guesses.
Perfect. Well, Orton, what drew you to the adventure lifestyle?
So, as it might have been hinted, Orton is the grandson of Pops, um, and so grew up with a lot of stories of the old days and the adventures that Pop had. And so, in addition to a few other things, one day decided to just get out of the Yokian lifestyle and take off. Saying, of course, he'd be back and then he'd write, but he was going to go, make something of himself. So, adventuring is just his way of experiencing the world. He wants to be out there. He wants to see new things, and this new churning age is exciting. It's literally new things being discovered constantly, and new experiences that no one has seen or heard of in years or will ever hear of again. He wants to be at the forefront of that. And also, he's heard stories that there's some people out here doing bad, and he wants to stop those people because that's what good people do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe he's a fool for doing that, but I am a fool.
We're all fools here. Segueing to Lamosa, I guess. She's an islander, so the ocean is currently a very tumultuous place to be, with just random things popping up constantly, which, are sometimes less dangerous, but more often very dangerous. And she's from just little island that's hardly on the map. No one really knows about it. So she is kind of going out into the world trying to find things or people that could maybe help her better protect her tiny little island in the middle of nowhere.
Absolutely. And Essen.
Essen is a chronicler, and so they are here for knowledge and history and trying to understand the world as it's come to be today. And so they asked to step away under the guise of sort of passing some communication with one of the other monasteries. And really, what they're doing is, in order to become sort of one of the leaders in the Chronicler Society, you have to spend a lot of time. And Essen is pretty impatient, and so they are hoping to come across something fascinating and just mind-bending to everybody that they're going to be like, look, if you don't make me one of the head honchos, I'm not sharing this information. So Essen is 100% here for themselves, wanting to better chronicler society and the world as a whole, but you know what? They're kind of serving their own purposes.
Okay, fair enough. And the question that I have for the four of you as one singular adventuring party would be, what would you say is the one factor that keeps the four of you together? If it's more than one factor, that's fine, but what's the heart that keeps you all day after day waking up next to each other, keeping each other safe, and making sure that you all make it home alive?
I mean, if I can jump in, I feel like all of us are pretty hard-headed. Um, just based on our descriptions here, we're all pretty hard-headed, but that can work to our strengths when we have some type of common enemy, which seems like we do pretty often. If there are evil things springing up in the world, we're not going to back down to them. So stubbornness and hard-headedness kind of works in our favor there.
Like, we're gonna protect these lands come hell or high water, damn it.
All I want is one easy harvest time.
Never gonna
Can we
happen,
just
old
get
man.
through with a festival and a beer in my hand?
What about a story?
I don't mind the stories.
It's just being the part of them.
I don't want to have new ones.
All right. Well, then that'll bring us to the morning light. As today, it will be the official furthest that any of you have ever traveled to the scorching expanse. In fact, it's the furthest that any official members of your individual clans have been out here. You see the long, long stretch of the golden sea, nothing but sand, sun, and rock, miles. Behind you, you can still just barely feel the breeze coming off the ocean. This far inland, it's very tempered, very distant, almost like a memory.
Orton has an annoying habit that the crew probably hates of every day going up and looking at how far they've gone and mentioning that if we go even just a touch further, this is the farthest I've been from home.
Yeah, you said that yesterday.
I'll probably have to say it tomorrow if things keep up.
Uh-huh.
As long as we keep heading in this direction, we keep getting further.
Yeah, and what good has it done you?
Well, I can get a lot of groans in one go.
All right.
I think that's kind of an accomplishment in and of itself, and it's important for me to remember just how far I've come, distance-wise.
Is how distance works.
Distance is relative. That's the thing. It's what
we
you do
go.
in that distance that's the important part.
Well, our distance is putting us out further than anyone's ever gone before, and that's exciting as hell.
Anyone?
Anyone's still breathing air.
At this point, as you are all, packing up your camp, picking out what's left of the embers of your campfire, you do hear someone off, not too far distance, who loudly singing to themselves. You hear the clattering of pans against wood, and you look a little further down the road and see that there is a fairly large wagon connected to the back of about a 40-ish foot long lizard who's just pulling along this wagon behind it. No problem. On top, with the the reins in hand, connected, running all the way down to the muzzle around, not muzzle, the
Bridle.
bridle. Thank you. Is a fairly like gaunt looking individual. They look maybe 6-7 feet tall. Face is ghostly white. And doesn't seem like they've much noticed you, but their song is cheerful and it seems to carry.
All right. Pops is going to check one of his pouches, count them, or quickly give himself like a ballpark number of the like dates that he's got from the date palms back home. Cinch up the bag, and think to himself, don't know how much we've got to barter, but it looks like there's a Legio caravan coming through.
Wait, so you're telling me people have gone ahead of us before? Oh.
They
Wait,
named
you
this
gotta get
desert, right?
You got to get over this this idea that there's things out there that haven't been done, kid.
Oh, but I'm sure there are. Anyway, let's say we drop down and see what they've got. We are. I'm assuming we're on an airship, right? Or what's our means of transportation?
You tell me. You're on the ground.
Oh,
Do you have steeds? Or are you indeed just on foot?
We have steeds. I'm gonna make an executive decision.
All right.
What do they look
Or
like?
Pops has a little a little like 2-wheeler cart pulled by a couple of very hardy goats.
Nice.
Okay. Essen,
thinking
you're determined you had a steed? What does it look like?
Ooh. Essen is Trogs grow the rest of their lives, and so Essen is on a horse that is a little bit bigger than a Clydesdale. And oftentimes, any major cities where Trogs like large presence, it's sort of this just like understanding you don't even really have to pay for it. You just kind of trade your horse out for a bigger one and then a bigger one amongst the different Trog communities. So Essen is on an all-black horse named Eloise, because I really like that name, and is just kind of trotting along a little bit regally. Yeah.
I don't know why the first thing I thought of was like some type of like really large land crab, but I'm gonna go with that.
I
It's just
love
perched
it.
on top of this crab.
The bird on the crab. Beautiful.
It's very good.
in my head, I have either like an Arabian stallion type, but I'm kind of now leaning towards like a frilled lizard with long legs.
Yep.
So kind of and he's of course painted the frills, so when they're out and resting, they have this very intricate pattern. But like this long, like weirdly gangly looking lizard horse thing, with a whippy tail and frills at the front.
All very interesting stuff, but can you do this? Pull out a small parasol, sticks it next to him.
Well, that's why I have the head wrap, because I'm not afraid of the sun, old man. Where's my voice?
The frills will just poof, and it'll like lean over top of you.
Jive ass lizard.
By
Hey
this
now,
point,
that's my friend.
the massive, almost like Komodo dragon looking creature that's been pulling this wagon gets close enough that the driver looks over, spots you, and starts waving, shouting something that you can't quite make out at this distance, but they have turned and started to make a very slow beeline towards you.
Well,
Oh.
there we go. Looks like we're getting ourselves a little trading caravan one way or the other.
I'll wave and start hupping the goat cart down towards them.
At this point, you can see that they are Thryn. They're the most common of people here across Arden Eld. And that's that, like, stark white that you've seen looks like some kind of face paint. It's dark around the eyes and around the mouth, almost like the face of a skeleton. And it kind of continues down the neck, down the arms, and just these beautiful, almost tattoo-esque painting. And from the wagon, you see others, lift their heads out and start shouting orders back inside as the few occupants of the cart start getting things ready. Eventually, it comes to a stop, and what looks kind of just like a jumbled mess of wood and rope and supports unhooks, and little like platforms just come clanking out, land with a heavy thud. Little chairs just roll out, banners unfurl, and they quickly just set up, rows of things on these little makeshift stalls that just pop out.
Go ahead and pat my lizard. See that, Kingy? They wanna go put on a show for us. We say we do the shame. And I'll hop up with a quick motion. I'll ride regally over.
As soon as you all start to approach, you just hear the driver shout out, "Oh, hey, how's it going? I didn't expect anyone to be out this far. Actually,
Trust me, you're not alone. We didn't expect to be out this far either.
Not that I'm complaining, but what are you doing out this far?"
Exploring.
Oh, you're one of those. What did we call them?
Icons. Heroes. Well.
Sure, we'll go with that. But hey, a fortunate day then. Don't imagine you're looking for any supplies before you hit that old scorching expanse there.
Oh, heck, I'll always take a look. Never hurts to see what y'all are carting along.
Absolutely. They'll like come sliding down the side of the Komodo dragon, land with a heavy thud, and brush themselves off. Like, a vast majority of his head is shaven, short of just like one strip of a mohawk, which is just a mess. Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff from pretty much all over. You meet a bunch of interesting people when you travel the roads. Anything in particular you're looking for?
Well, if you like, I've got some. He heads over to pulls the cart over, hops out, takes a look in the back. Probably some trail rations, potatoes, onions, some of the dates from before.
Dates.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Got a few veggies for trade if you like.
Absolutely. Sorry.
Here comes the spiel.
I'm Dagfin. It's nice to meet you.
Dagfin, nice to meet you. Name's Thendrick. Everybody calls me Pops.
Pops. All right.
And yes, our farm just has a nice little grove. A few different crops we usually take care of. It's way back that way. Is pointing the general direction of back towards civilization.
Oh, well, we'll have to head out that way eventually.
We're always open to trade, so it's mostly mostly food and produce and that sort of thing. So nothing too fancy, but we do have the date palms and everything.
Oh, well, speaking of, and he'll like go over to the first stall, and everyone here, they all look similar enough that you can tell they're probably all related. It is just one giant family business. Well, if you're looking for, clothes to keep you covered up out in the expanse, we got some good stuff there. We got some nice dried rations. If you're looking for something a little more on the strange side, though, I got some stuff for you. He'll go and pull out just like 4 or 5 very thickly rolled up scrolls of parchment paper. Unfurl one of them, unfurl the other one, and take out a pen and ink. Make just this tiny mark on one of them. You say that same mark appear on the other one.
So sorry. Those are otherwise blank parchments.
Yep.
Oh, that is something. Pops, we should look into that. Where'd you come by that?
Said you meet a lot of interesting people when you travel around.
Believe me, I know, but I don't know. Do you find that out here or somewhere else?
We've actually been hanging on to this for a while. People haven't apparently really needed something like this before.
I mean, I can't see a whole lot of use for it out here.
It's what we usually hear.
Now, hold on. What if, the 4 of us were separated and we had to write messages to each other?
Oh, like you should have done for your mother?
I left a note and wrote back. I just happened to maybe trust the wrong person to send that message.
Uh-huh. they worried.
Of course they do. They're parents. That's what their job is. They have nothing else to do on the farm, so.
Well, as far as that goes, I was actually wondering about some of them rations. Do you have any dried beef, jerky, anything like that?
Oh yeah, all kinds. Couldn't tell you what all animals it all comes from, but it's all edible and safe.
Sounds good. Let me have a look. And he'll start heading that way and start taking a look at different rations and that sort of thing.
Do either of you know how to differentiate beast from kin meat? Because I don't know if Pops does.
Oh, I haven't really thought about it that much, and the more that I do, I don't like it.
I can do my best, but I don't guarantee I have the right answer.
As long as maybe someone keeps an eye on him, because I want to check out these scrolls. And maybe, and he points, and look, there's this like elaborate series of colored cloths, I imagine, somewhere, like head wraps and other desert clothing.
Mhm.
It's like, might need to try on a few of those. Just, I'll be here.
Lamosa, as the others start, heading off, looking at other stalls, see a pair of young Thrinn, maybe 9 or 10, it's taken them a while, but they are just like shoving this small hand-built box just out from back behind the wagon, just like a tiny version of everyone else's stalls. And they just start taking things and putting them on top. It's only maybe 3 foot wide.
The lemonade stand.
Basically.
I'm gonna go check it out. Or if they're still kind of setting things up, it's here, let me help. And they'll kind of help move the box into a spot that the sand's a little bit more even.
It's mostly what you would expect, handmade stuff, hand-me-downs, things that they feel might be valuable to the right person. Would you actually make the very first roll of the game for us?
Oh.
All right. What kind of roll am I making?
So it is a roll to scan through the various sundries that they're handing you. What skill do you feel like you would use to have something potentially valuable catch your eye?
Hmm. I mean, with something like survey work. I
Absolutely.
don't- All right, cool. So the base is 1. I have 1 pip in it, so it would be 2d6s, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or no, sorry, 1d6. Because you
Okay.
roll for the number of pips that you have, and if you have none, then you roll 2d6 and take the lowest.
Oh, okay.
But you
Well,
can push it to gain an extra die, which gives you stress.
oh, okay. That's terrifying. All right. Well,
we have so much stress though. We have so much room for stress.
It's a resource.
Well, that actually ended up being a 6. So,
Okay. As the little girl's pulling things out, threads, just bits of fabric and small, handmade toys, things like that. You see there's this like silver chain that occasionally peeks out from underneath her garments, and at one point as she's leaning down, you actually see a small glass vial about that big kind of start to hang out loosely, and bluish glow just swims around the inside of it. The young boy also has run back to the caravan and comes back out with what is a head, but it is a construct head. It's made of like stone and wood, and it looks like at one point it might actually be one of those old like tomb guardians that you hear in all the legends, like these massive construct creatures that defend their former homes. But it's maybe about that big.
yeah. Lamosa will just kind of um inquire. She'll, kind of point one like feather, finger, whichever. I'm not sure what she exactly has. I There's no Larito art, so I don't really know. Um, she'll kind of like point out a little bit. Like, "Oh, what's that for?"
To the head or the necklace?
The necklace.
Oh, this. And like fish for it for a second and pull up. The chain is probably brings it down to like her belly button. Probably it's definitely a longer chain than was meant for a child. But she eventually fishes it up and pulls it out. And it's almost like a teardrop bottle with the end kind of curved. Yeah, this. So we were out catching fireflies one night, and I saw this, and it's blue. It's not like a firefly, so I caught it, and it just. No one believes me, but it started talking to me, and it was very friendly, and she looks down at it. Yeah, I know. I tried. They don't believe me. I know she's probably not going to believe me either, but what really?
I've seen a lot of really strange things out here, far and wide. Could I take a listen?
Yeah, like hold it up to you.
All right, I try to listen to the glass vial.
Yeah. What check do you feel would fit that?
I have no idea.
A sense, a channel.
Drop my die. All right.
And a command if you're just like trying to will it to communicate with you. I could see
Command
it.
seems very strong. I'm very good at it, but that seems very strong.
Kind of
I don't know
aggressive.
if that. Yeah, it's a little aggressive. I'm not sure about that one. Yeah, I don't have anything in charm, but I think I'm gonna go with that one.
So roll 2 and take the lower.
Yep.
But you can push it so that you would only have to roll 1.
Oh, well, we'll just take the lower. That's a 3.
I mean, it's very cool to the touch. Sits in your hand. For a moment starts to flutter around a little more erratically, but eventually calms and actually presses itself against the glass as if, it was looking out the glass up at you.
Hello? Hmm. Well, it definitely seems special, and she's kind of like handing it back at this point. It definitely seems special. Maybe it just doesn't know me and doesn't want to talk.
She has started pulling off the silver chain, and as you stick your hand down to give it back, she just coils up the chain and places the entirety of it in your hand. Well, it's very sad, but she said that time with me has been fun, but it's time to go, and that you need her more than I do.
Could I at least trade you something?
Sure.
Yeah, and out of her bag, Mimosa will take out a couple of very finely preserved flight feathers that she's kept from her previous molds. Because fun fact, you can actually it's called imping. It's imprinting old feathers onto other birds that lose theirs, and they can regain the ability to fly. Yeah, it's cool. Definitely look it up. Bird facts. Yeah, she'll take a couple of very finely preserved feathers out and just kind of hand them to her. And it's like, you guys are really sturdy, and if you ever find someone that needs help or you want to make, I guess, one of these crafts like these, they're absolutely wonderful. And she gestures over to the head. These will do the trick.
They're so pretty. Thank you. The little boy has just kind of been just scooting more towards the center, just pushing his sister off to the side.
And at this point, this will direct her attention to him.
And unlike his sister, who's got more flowy, more natural attire, you see a lot of what she's wearing is probably made by herself. It's a little uneven, it doesn't quite fit perfect. But he's got leather straps and loops where you would fit tools, almost like a bandolier for tools. So I found this, and it doesn't exactly work yet, and I'm not sure how to make it work, but I'm sure an adventurer like you could figure it out, right?
I mean, I'd be happy to try.
Yeah. It might be junk. But I mean, we found it. It looks cool. It, maybe it's just missing a lot of the parts, but hey, if you want a cool little head statue to prop up at your campsite and scare away intruders.
I mean, that sounds like quite the use. Where did you find it though?
Well, one of the adventurers that we come across pretty often said that he went out and he found some very strange ruins and found this in there. Knew I like to tinker with things, so brought it back. And wasn't really able to figure out what it did.
Could I vibe check this? Is this some type of cursed object? I don't know. It's a construct head. I'm just a little skeptical.
Sure.
I don't know what check that would be.
Yeah, definitely cursed. Shouldn't do anything with it. Well,
Sense or study?
Yeah, okay, let's yeah, sense is what survey used to be. So I do have one pip in that. So I'll give that a try then. Um seems good. Uh no, I did worse. That was a 2.
It doesn't seem to have any. Whatever animated this thing in a previous life doesn't seem to have any bit of that left. It purely looks like a stone golem head that was carved out, and it's entirely possible it's purely decorative.
And almost will get like on its level and just kind of look like face to face with it. Just kind of sit there, look in its eyes, squint at it for a minute, and just kind of stand back up. Yep, I have no idea what it does.
Oh,
Anyone
darn.
else?
Okay, you know what?
Okay.
I'll
Yeah.
figure it out. Next time I see you, next time we're going through here, I'll have it figured out by then. Maybe I'll even build a body for it.
It sounds like a plan.
I'll heft it back up, and this thing is about half the size of him. So he's just starts hauling it back to the wagon. Yeah, other than that, the little girl's happy to sit and talk with you for a while, even if you're not going through any of the stuff that they have. Just happy to talk. Essen, was there anything in particular that you were looking for? Or just...
Essen walks up and says, "How much for this?" and puts their hand on the 40-foot lizard.
More pets, more pets.
Essen
You
is
can
looking
fit
at
so
all
many
of the-
tricks.
Essen is looking at all of the very unique animals that their companions have, and is like, "This is the one that I want."
Yeah, sorry, old hub there's not really for sale, kind of how we get around.
Are you sure? There's nothing that I can do to entice you to sell me this.
Yeah, sorry, Hob's been in the family for a long time.
Essen is going to sigh, look over at the lizard, and say, "Sorry, buddy, I tried." And are there any other scrolls aside from the 2 that transfer messages?
I mean, there's there's rolled up pieces of parchment that have, like stories or other things just kind of scrawled on them. These are all like thick parchments too, things that are gonna survive the elements or the test of time. But yeah, if you're looking for blank ones, they'd have those too.
I think Essen is probably looking for, would probably look through to find some sort of story, probably as it pertains to the Scorching Expanse, if there's anything, because not a lot of people have traveled here, and that's something that they can bring back to the monster.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a pretty decent collection. Sorting through what of that is fact and what of that is fiction would take a little bit of time, but you'd certainly have a lot of reading material.
Beautiful. I will take it. Essen is going to pull out a handful of knuckle bones and say, "Is this
Ooh.
enough?"
Yeah, that they'd sort through them. I mean, a lot of their attire is there's bits of bone that connect bits of leather. There's some decorative bone that just hangs off of them and off their cart. But yeah, absolutely.
Seeing their sort of decorations and things, Essen is going to take back half of the knuckle bones and pull out 2, we'll say fibulas, and add that to the stack to see if they need something more substantial. And is going to take.
Where are we getting these?
I mean, you're
Essen
travelers.
just kind of has almost like the clock seller in Hercules, just kind of throws their cloak open and says, "Hey, you want to buy a bone?" but has excuse me, has finding unmarked graves, I think, because death is really sacred to excuse me, to harvesters, but unmarked graves and things like that, places that have not been maintained well, I think that Essen would have a general understanding of, well, if this is not a sacred space anymore, then they would want to make sure that those bones get put to good use. So Essen is not at all above, unfortunately.
Also, animal bones.
Oh, I was definitely picturing humans, but it could be animal bones. Thank you.
Either or, you know.
That's a human person.
But yeah, any checks that you make to recall or to learn knowledge about the Scorching Expanse, you will have +1 to your die roll.
Beautiful. Thank you.
As long as you are all picking up gear meant for being out in the hot sun, you'll all have +1 die roll when it comes to surviving the elements or surviving the heat in any way.
Yeah, absolutely. Orton is making a big show of trying on various things, and also he'd be asking about their fashion choice, and what, like, is it a cultural or a survival based thing? Why they paint themselves white and use a lot of death iconography?
Yeah, that's well, it's maybe a little superstitious, but our family, before we became nomadic, we were graveyard tenders. We used to help people with burial ceremonies, and we very much respected death. And then we don't really talk about our city anymore, but it's not really around. So guess we kept that little part with us.
He's very intently listening, and he's gonna like do his best to commit this all to memory here. It's fascinating. Where
City. Nothing but trouble.
what city were you a part of? Can you point at? And he pulls out this map. Just like, do you know whereabouts it used to be?
Starts like dragging his finger like more up north, kind of along the coast. It used to be right about here, a place called Kragen.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is incredible, and I'm really glad you're keeping to these traditions. I mean,
Yeah, it's feels a little silly at times to reapply the paint. It takes so long, but it feels good.
it's not silly at all. It looks incredible.
Thank you. What are you trading for all of this desert gear?
Oh, he has some other strange like odds and ends, like bits of like statues and arms and banners that are more dust than paint at this point. But like old things you'd get absolutely from being a churner and finding stuff. And if he has to, he will absolutely produce an oddly shaped knife or two out of thin air and offer it.
Yeah, absolutely. They'd not only happily trade with you all, but would even invite you to sit and have breakfast with them before you start out on your long journey.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. See, if you like, I can. Well, I've got some barley, but that's about the most of what I've got.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you would like to donate to the meal, they're more than happy to take, but otherwise are happy to just pull out tables and chairs and, massive cooking pots and grills and just start setting up breakfast.
Oh yeah, it's just neighborly to help out.
It's
I think before we part ways, not to shuffle us along,
No, please.
Essen would pull a couple of flowers that they have either around their site or in their crown and would just offer up a small blessing over them for continued help and protection and offer those to the travelers as they move along.
Some of the older members of the tribe would stand there just listening very intently at every word, and even see like a few tears kind of well up as they're just watching, just mesmerized. But would gladly take it and offer you just a small bit of blessing on their own, taking some of their paint and just probably. How tall is Essen?
I picture Essen, Trogs reach maturity around, I believe it's 40 years old, and I picture Essen pretty well past that. So I would say close to maybe 7.5 feet or so.
Yep. They would definitely have to, reach up, take like a smear of that white paint, and just like Simba you across the forehead.
I would definitely like let them take a moment trying to jump up and then eventually would kneel down. And very graciously, I think as sort of goofy as Essen is, there's this moment of like calm over them where they take this very seriously and are very appreciative of the blessing.
Absolutely. But with that, with breakfast had, with gear in hand, the caravan loads back up. The giant Komodo dragon just starts pulling the wagon as they collectively wave goodbye.
Delicious. Hope you don't get lost.
You find yourselves
Safe
once
travels.
again staring out at the endless sea of golden sand.
Yeah, those were some nice folk.
See,
Like,
wouldn't have found that back on the farm.
Yes, we would. The Legio comes through.
Not on giant lizards like that, they don't.
that's a good point.
Oh,
Beast of burden is a beast of burden. There's all different shapes and sizes.
You gotta learn to appreciate the shapes.
I do appreciate the shapes. Seen one, you've seen them all, though.
Oh, but Hop is such a good spirit. For the record, he did like chat with Hob briefly. I can talk with anybody, but if they can't speak, I can get vibes. So
yeah. Very old Komodo dragon. Generations that this thing has been around the family, is very protective of them, very loving, and is happy to be doing what they're doing.
I don't think you would have gotten him off. I don't think you've been able to secure him away from him for too long there, Essen.
I mean, he seemed really friendly, and I'm pretty friendly. I think it could work.
Oh, you're very friendly, no doubt about it. But he's family.
Just let me have this, Orton. Let me believe that Hob had a really tough decision to make and just last minute decided to stay with his family. He wanted to go with me. It'll make me feel a lot better.
Well, in that case, then I'm sure he had some deep soul searching to do.
Essen like kind of lifts their shoulders higher. Feels very, very excited about it.
Everybody has a hard time saying no to you.
It's true. It's true. I am by far the most likable out of our group. I'm just gonna say it.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a terrible old man.
Also, the most humble.
I try. I try really hard. I appreciate you noticing that, Orton.
I am nothing if not perceptive.
All right. So, with that now hitting late morning, load up on your various mounts, your lizard, your crab, your horse and your donkey-pulled wagon. Truly a menagerie of mounts. Set off for the desert sands. Let me know if
Are you
that's...
sure that big fella's gonna be okay out here? Looking at the crab.
Crab. He'll
Oh.
be fine.
Yeah, it's not like the sea crustaceans. You know, they have that bright red shell. This is like dark. The shell is almost rocky. I mean, if anyone could survive the desert winds, that thing's probably gonna outlive you all.
Some would say they're the peak of evolution.
Actually, arthropods, man.
All right.
Carcinization is the future.
So with that in mind, we head off, feeling the not sliding. That's the word. Just like the shifting of sand underfoot. Those of you that travel on foot next to your mounts, you know that's you don't want to put too much burden on them by riding 24/7. So there's periods where you were walking along, feeling the heat of the sun just bearing down on you. And would one of you roll a d8 for me?
I'll go for it.
Do it.
I was like, I do not have a D8 in front of me at the moment.
I got a 4.
4. As you have all been walking now for a few hours, the heat of the sun has definitely started to take its toll. Feeling that little bit of exhaustion, feeling the sweat just running pools down the sides and backs of your hood. Who would you say is in the lead at the moment? Who's leading this caravan?
I will take that responsibility.
All right. Orton, would you roll your... Let's go with sense. Or,
Oh,
unless you feel like you have a better ability for keeping an eye out on where you're going.
Traverse maybe?
Sure. Take that.
I will gladly take those 2d6 then. 6 is gonna do it. Hopefully.
Yeah, 6 is an absolute success. Staring out ahead of you, the desert winds have buffeted you once in a while, though most of the time it's the breeze is welcoming. It started to get a little more intense. You see in the far distance what was just clear golden sand for as far as you could see has started to build. It's turned murky brown even in the sky. You can feel the wind starting to pick up a little more, a little more. Get the sense that there is a massive sandstorm headed your way.
Now, best best knowledge that I got is we should probably put down and dig in for this, or is there some other method that would be
Yeah,
best?
digging in. Continuing to travel through a sandstorm increases your chance of injury, getting separated, getting lost. All not great things.
We might want to think about finding shelter soon. And by soon, I mean real damn soon.
Sounds like a good idea. The sand would absolutely tear up my wings.
Yeah. Pops is gonna start taking a look around, seeing if there's like any rocky outcroppings or anything like that.
Oh, yeah,
With let's see, a sense.
sure.
That's a 4.
In your immediate vicinity, there's, jagged bits of rock that jut up out of the sand, like the bottom jaw of just some massive creature, which would offer you the tiniest bit of protection. But if you're looking for actual safety, You a little ways ahead and kind of off the trail that you've been following, there are actual almost mountainous rocks that jut up and form just these crisscrossed like canopies.
Should probably make for those rocks over there. It'll be the better cover.
Right.
Let's move fast then, and I'll
All right.
spur Kingy on, and I'll start doing the lizard run thing where it's just the back two legs.
Holly Dewdrop, come on.
Scuttles faster.
So, we can either make this a full-on group check, which means that you all roll, and we need successes from each of you, really. Or you can have one person that is in charge of guiding everyone. You still all roll, but only that person that's guiding would suffer any negatives, and their role would be more impactful.
I mean, I could take the guide on it. I get an extra die if I lead a team action.
That's what it's called.
I need to check really quick because I think leading a team action only costs me 1 effort though, and I gain an effort every time we enter a new scene.
Ooh.
So as long as we're moving to somewhere new. Plus, I got that traverse.
So each
Two.
PC who's involved in the roll, you all count only the single best result. If you do a group action.
Ready?
So
I'm fine with either one. I also have a pip in traverse, so.
Same.
Okay.
I got 2 pips.
Ooh, okay.
So Orton's leading.
Let me do it.
Yeah,
Alright.
do it.
You can all roll. We take the best out of everyone's roll.
Marking as stressed.
That's a 4 for me.
You got a 4.
I've
Six.
got a 5 here.
5.
Sounds
That's
One
6.
for Essen.
Most of you are doing all right, but Orton, as you are just marching on ahead, occasionally looking back to see your companions. Essen, what would he see as he looks back and sees you struggling?
I think Essen refuses to look like they're struggling, so they are marching very confidently, just like kind of veering off to the right away from the group. They think they're doing great, but they're struggling. And I would say that Eloise is probably trying to steer them back, but Essen thinks that they know it's
Just head down, just going.
Yep, dragging the horse behind them.
Kingy and Orton, by extension, are gonna like pull up and then just offer a hand. You're going the wrong way. Come on, free ride.
Essen is like very, very torn and will probably just take Orton up on it.
Throw the pride for 5 seconds. Best ride of your life. And he'll absolutely haul you up and then take the reins, and we'll try to rejoin the group.
Hmm.
And it's fun. Frilled sand lizards are really fun. A lot of wind in your hair action.
All right.
Front
Orton,
legs.
that does mean that you are going to take 1 stress.
Okay, I have marked that down.
In addition, because of Essen did roll.
Oh, okay.
1.
So it's gonna be 2 stress
2
total because I
total.
want to take 1 stress from leading the group. All right.
But the 4 of you march on. Just as that sandstorm is starting to hit, you reach the edge of those jagged rocks that stand a good 40-ish feet up, like split almost as if the earth had cracked open, the rocks jutted up together, and then sealed there. The wind batters against the rocks as you step inside.
Mhm.
You can
Once
hear
we
it.
get in, oh god,
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
Once we get in, Pops will hop off the cart and start just battening down everything, throwing a cover over everything to try and keep the sand out.
The
Pulling
wind,
out some stakes and just.
yeah,
Gosh, I hope those jagged teeth aren't actually indications all these rock formations are one big thing.
I don't know what you're talking about. Would I do something like that?
No.
Yes.
Sam
we-
Charybdis.
I'm so
Ah.
excited.
Don't worry about it. We'd know if something was alive down here.
Well,
Fear.
as the wind howls outside of the cavern, you have some moments respite. A little bit of the sand does just kind of creep its way in your little makeshift shelter. But as far as you can see from here, it does continue to extend far deeper than you can see.
That's pretty exciting, don't you think?
looks like a big deep pit and not our business.
Wow. You think anyone else has been out here?
No.
Sounds like a pretty good reason to make sure this cave's safe, huh? What if some Essen of the future rides off from their group and ends up in this cave?
It's a very real possibility.
See? Even Essen agrees. We should make sure it's safe.
Or see if there's anything worthwhile. Something shiny, something cool and fancy.
Something that explodes. Excellent. Wonderful idea.
Exploding is perfectly normal.
No, it's not.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. So, with your wagon situated, your mount's calmed, and I imagine for whatever various means you use, kind of tied up and at least partially secure.
Mm-hmm.
What would you all like to do?
At this point,
I'll go look at a cave.
We got a place to check out.
Yeah. Into the cave.
Okay. Do any of you have any sources of light?
I mean, I'm kind of like the light of this whole campaign. So, no. Yeah, I figure I've got some kind of travel lantern.
Pops has a lantern in the cart.
Does that firefly perhaps glow in the dark?
Pull it out.
Well,
I mean, under the light of your two companions with their lanterns, hard to tell.
Kind of like do that thing where like you put your hands around it to like cause the most darkness and see if it does that.
Yeah. It is very faint, but it is a slight bluish glow.
Cool.
All right. Then with Pops and Orton, through generations of Harlows, leading the charge. This cavern is not wide enough for your mounts, unfortunately. They are going to be hooked up and left behind, just temporarily. They'll be fine. Two of you march on ahead, finding yourselves traversing deeper and deeper, having to occasionally squeeze through cracks in the rock. Though, as far as you can see, as far as the light travels, this cavern goes on, hitting what is actually a natural tunnel, going down deep enough that you are underneath the sand, And hmm, would Essen and Orton, because you two are the ones that I feel would be most interested in like history. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
Me, a fan of history and lore?
You wound me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, would the two of you roll? I would probably call it study, unless you feel like you have a ability that would work better.
Study is great. Is this about the scorched expanse and I get that +1 boon?
It technically is.
Heck yeah, I get to roll 3 dice.
I'm gonna roll these 2 dice and totally not take the lower result because I'm super smart, I swear.
Roll the 6.
So I too rolled a 6, but I also rolled a 1. So
Oh,
I don't know shit. So I'm learning something new, as I intended the entire time.
Well, Orton, as you're walking up ahead, and it occasionally have to, run your hand along the walls, so you can brace yourself as you squeeze through the openings. Essen, you see one of Orton's hands just rub against the wall, just knocking off however many layers of dust that have collected in this small tunnel. You see that's underneath there are markings.
wait. There's something here. Let me see your lantern. Just bring it over this way.
Oh,
Kind of direct Orton.
yeah, no, absolutely. Shines it back.
As soon as the light is brought over to it, there's nothing there.
Well,
Wait.
must have been the wind.
No, Pops, hold on. Orton, move your lantern away again.
Shift it away.
There's something there, but it's very, very faint.
Lamosa, didn't you get some like weird light thing? Can I see that over
I
here?
mean, yeah, sure. And just kind of retrieve the necklace and just kind of like put it up near wherever
Oh,
they're
am I
pointing
like
to.
bending down to like see this because I'm
You've
tall?
been bending down for a lot of a lot of this cavern.
Can guarantee Essen has been just aggressively bitching about it the whole time. I'm gonna hold up and like try to see if Lamosa's necklace firefly thing is gonna help in any way.
Not so much. I mean that just being on the edge of the lamplight, it's kind of a double-edged sword because the light's not hitting it, which it seems the more light is on it, the less you can see, but also there's less light for you to see. So it's you know
Um,
Anything like oh, ink probably wouldn't work, but like paper and like charcoal or something. Maybe you could get just like a rubbing of it. You could see it on the paper easier.
is it raised at all?
no.
Oh, okay.
Um, uh, is there anything that I can make out?
At the moment, not so much. It's just very, very faint lines that.
All right, guys. Well, this is definitely not a warning of impending doom or any kind. So I think we just, make note of it and keep on.
Okay.
Why are
Sounds
you
good to
making
me.
that? Why are you making that expression, Hoop? I don't know what else I'm supposed to do with this.
I don't nothing. Just you do you.
I'm gonna take a sketching of it. I'm
Okay.
not gonna hold it up and try and rub it. Just to do it really crude.
I mean, bringing the lamp back towards it at all, and they disappear.
I look at it in the dark as I hand it off my lantern off to someone else if they want to take lead here.
Yeah. I mean,
Essen, Essen would, seeing something, would want to like see if they can find anything out.
yeah. I mean, you could also just cover up the lantern, At least block the light.
Yeah, no, that's also a good idea.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'm gonna hug the lantern with my whole body.
You know it has a hood you can drop, right?
And this works perfectly fine.
As you drop the hood down, it's faint because Pops does still have a lantern on, but those markings grow
He'll
more
angle
visible.
his a little bit away.
They actually start to glow faintly. The less light that's on them, the more visible they start to become, actually illuminating themselves.
Is it anything that we would recognize?
Is it a form of writing?
It is.
Oh, hey. I can read it.
It's
I have colored tongue.
less. It's more of like hieroglyphics. It's more like stories being told through images rather than actual words or phrases. It's people living their lives, growing, expanding, having families, having uh, an entire history, cities, massive creatures, much like the ones that you've seen now, though they look somehow even larger. The more that you scan down the tunnel, the more you see that images, these hieroglyphics, went from filling the cavern walls, which, as soon as the light is gone, it is a vibrant blue that just paints the walls. And the further down you look, the more that you read into this story of a people expanding, of people discovering, it starts to get more sparse. It's no longer these massive communities of people telling their stories of love and adventure, but it starts to be smaller tribes, smaller groups until it's just handfuls of them left. Eventually finding that there's very few of these figures left to be painted on the walls. So you just find that there's one left.
Well, what I was afraid of.
What is it?
Looks like old Arkan ruins.
In ruins. We are in the dark. You could almost swear you see his eyes sparkle.
Ain't nothing good come out of Arkan ruins since the Arkan died.
I don't know. Might leave behind some artifacts. Some.
Ain't nothing good ever come out of Arkan ruins.
I don't know. Sounds like you might be forgetting all the cool things you can find in Arkan ruins.
Come on, Pops, you're not just a little excited about this?
Look, I'm not going to pretend that this isn't something valuable, especially for you, Essen. But this is also dangerous. We'd probably be better off just staying out by the campsite and waiting for that storm to blow past.
Better off, but not as well enriched. Scrap and fortune and glory and history, knowledge.
We only have to go as far as we're comfortable. So far, it's been pretty easy going. Could be like this the whole way.
All the Arkan lords are dead, right? So, who's left behind?
You really
That
want to answer
one.
that question?
Only one way to find out the answer to that question.
So, what do you think?
I mean, if there's any chance of figuring out what happened to that one left, I think it's further down, right?
Well, I ain't gonna be able to stop y'all.
You are free to try, but I would advise against it.
And you
Well,
wouldn't leave us, Bob.
And if we were wrong and we get in all of the danger, you can tell us you told us so.
Yes, and
Oh.
don't think I won't do that even once it happens.
He loves that. Oh,
Then, are you continuing on with lightless?
it'll probably turn lights on to move
Turn.
until.
I'll hit the hood on the lantern, make sure that everything's covered.
You have traversed probably a good 300-ish feet from the point that you entered the cavern. But continuing on, the markings become very sparse. But occasionally stopping, turning off the lights, looking around. There's not many of them by the time that they reach this point in their history. You actually start to hear the sound of dripping water. Something that echoes up through the cave towards you.
That's fresh water.
Might be an aquifer down here. They do show up at this sort of depth.
That'd be nice. Fresh water for the journey. A little place we can maybe mark off as safe haven for travelers. Hell, this could be a nice caravan spot.
Who knows? Maybe it already is.
Could be. More trade. More word out about the farm. He's definitely verbally like needling Pops to try and get him more excited for this.
Well, I'd imagine Orton in the lead, as you do have to go single file for a majority of this path.
Mm-hmm.
You finally get to the point where the sound of water is getting louder and louder. And you come to a point where it looks like part of this tunnel has shifted more than the rest. And you can see through a crack, maybe an inch and a half wide at its widest. Inside, there's a glowing bluish tint. Along the walls and the ceiling, you can see the reflections of water as some illumination projects up from the massive pool behind and fills the room.
Sorry, this is like beyond a small crack in the
Yeah.
wall.
It's as if the tunnel itself was whole, and then at some point through an earthquake or whatever shifted, so it's mostly closed.
I don't suppose anyone's got anything that they could break this open with more easily. Kind of like looks back to the more brawny looking folk in the group. I mean, I could try squeezing through, but
Everyone looks at
I'm
Essen.
gonna.
wow,
Essen.
I'm looking at Lamosa too.
So, like, I mean, she carries a big old like sword on her back, but like I don't think I can wedge anything open that's pure, rock.
Um,
Essen will walk forward. Um, does it seem like pretty solid, or would it kind of crumble as you're like
Uh,
grabbing at it? Is it like
Even just applying the smallest amount of pressure, you can hear, crumbling rock starts to tumble down, both on your side and the other side.
careful as I like grab us and say, "We don't want to cave in with us underneath it."
As Orton is reaching out, Essen spins their sides so that it's not the blade side, but the handle side, and is gonna slam it into the rock.
Make a nice
Oh,
pommel strike.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of check do you feel like that is?
I mean, I feel like it's got to be a smash,
Yeah, works for me.
which I have none in. So
Hey, I can aid with a stress, and I have one in Smash. Maybe, I don't know, Lamosa may also be able to aid.
Yeah, I also have one in Smash.
Can we stack on aids?
Yeah, up to 3, I believe, at the very
Oh,
most.
okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Smash.
The two of you
So
are
I
just
get
Now
like
two
it's-
dice.
holding
Now we
parts of the
smash and
wall,
hope you pass.
like little rocks you see that are starting to lean in towards Essen. You're just like holding them still. So you have
Oh no
3
no no
dice.
no!
Oh, I have 3 dice.
Yep.
Ooh, good, because those first 2 were a 3 and a 2, but the last one was a 5.
Very
Hey.
nice. Ignore me, I'm not making a clock.
Chill out.
Oh
chill
no!
out, Hoop.
I'm just drawing a circle
Yeah.
with parts that get filled in. Totally different.
Yeah. But just pommel strike after pommel strike, bits of rock start crumbling down and away. There's definitely a few moments where you see like what looks like structure bearing parts of the walls crumble and cave in just a little. And you hold your breath, listen, wait. Everything's fine. The opening's big enough for even Essen to fit through, which for the rest of you is probably more than enough room.
Would you look at that? Nessa's gonna stroll right in.
Alright. Stepping in, you're immediately hit with the cooling air, where everything else has been very musty, very dry, very warm. In here, it is cool and refreshing. The center of this good 30-foot wide room is just a pool of deep, crystal clear water. It seems to bubble up from some underground water source. And lying there along the edges of this room, long since dead, are sets of about a dozen remains.
I think seeing the body of water and the dead around, Essen would pause everybody and sort of hold their side, and you would see the blade kind of start to glow as they just offer a blessing that this was a very important place, and they're actually going to go and touch their blade to the water. And I'm gonna hope that nothing kills me. I don't know. Please don't murder me because I'm trying to give a blessing.
Nothing kills you.
Beautiful.
And Pops is gonna hobble his way over with his cane and just take a look at the remains and everything. Yeah. Probably not a good idea to drink any of that.
Essen already has one hand scooped and is like bringing the water up to their mouth. Here's Pops and just slowly lowers it and lets the water back down.
You got 12 dead people around you got 12 dead people around a pool, and you don't want to know if the water's dangerous.
You know what? Maybe they died of starvation.
Could have gotten trapped in.
Well,
Didn't
it's
have
water.
to be the water.
Doesn't have to be.
It might be.
Exactly. Thank you.
Is there anything of note on any of these remains?
What's left of their attire and gear is old. What may have been cloth at one point has long since decayed. It was only the ceiling of this room that kept these bodies in even the condition that they're in. What's metal on them, though, is kept up better. Small blades, small tools, bits of armaments. All very, very pristine work. Hard to tell like any carved sigils or anything, but at one point, this was very, very expensive handiwork.
I'm grabbing some loot slash small work knives because knives are knives.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, it doesn't look like the bodies are like scattered out or anything. They're all laid on their backs, hands like brought up to their chests. You know, any weapons or tools or anything were like laid in their hands. Very much almost like the Norse like burial process of sending their tools, their equipment with them after they passed.
Yeah. Even if this was a burial site, you're probably not going to be wanting to drink anything that was, well, probably full of whatever was left off of them.
That's logic I can get behind.
I heard that was full of iron. Is it not? Oh no.
Full of iron. I'll give you iron, boy.
All right, I found some steel maybe, or some kind of metal. I'm holding up the work knife. It looks like it cuts. Slice off a little arm hair. Don't like it when you
Cursed
say it.
item. Cursed item.
Be
We
careful
avoided
with
one.
that.
So paranoid.
Yeah, a little bit.
Can you imagine? Why would we ever think to be paranoid in a game of yours?
I don't know. I would never do anything that would cause anyone to be paranoid.
You get to my age, you know a lot of ways that people can die.
You get to your age and you start assuming you're just gonna die anyway.
Yes, every morning I wake up and remember that I'm not dead.
I make it everyone's problem.
Yeah. Hey, don't worry, I still celebrate you breathing air.
And I appreciate that, kiddo.
Means you got good genes. Lots of adventures to still be had.
Mm,
Yeah. Would you? How many? Do you have any points in channel?
Moi? Or Tom?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Okay.
That would be, not something I have.
You're fine.
Could I charm you into maybe charm the GM?
You're fine.
I have everything to hear.
It's a surprisingly sharp blade for how long it's probably been down here.
Kind of like to do a study just to see if I can find another way out of here or anything else significant about this room.
Yeah, go for it.
6.
There are little alcoves out from this room, but it looks like if those were pathways, they long since collapsed.
Well, if there was a way out of here, it's been closed off for even longer than this place was.
Did we cover up the lights? See if anything starts to glow?
Worth a shot, I guess. blows off the lantern.
Right. Not mean to play that. You cut off the light. That glow from underneath is as vibrant as you would expect, filling the cavern with enough light that you can very clearly see. Stare down into the crystal clear water. You can actually see the source. It's just this maybe foot-ish wide orb. Kind of sways back and forth, almost moving along with the flow of the water. It's down there a ways.
Something bright and shiny down below. Anybody a good swimmer? I'm gonna look at Lamosa coming from an island.
Yeah, I mean, she is a shorebird, so. I mean, I can dive a ways. These wings aren't really meant for, paddling, but how tall is the ceiling in this cave?
20-ish feet at its highest.
Okay, it's like, okay, I could get some height. I could get some height. Be able to.
Do you want us to tie you off and pull you up if you need help?
That'd be a really good idea.
I am nothing if not full of good ideas.
Sure you are. You keep telling yourself that.
No one else seems to.
There's a reason.
Can't believe it.
All right. Take some, some rope, some threaded. Heck is the word? I know so many words, and then I talk for 4 hours.
Cord.
Yes, basically threaded cord, waterproof, watertight. It's not gonna, break under the weight of the wind or the sun.
Mhm.
But just rope off your companion.
I wrap both my hands a little bit with my part of the rope and leave a little bit so others can grab on. All right, it's 2 tugs if you're in trouble.
Wait, how long do you think you can hold your breath?
I mean, quite a bit. Like maybe, I don't know, minute, something like that.
How many points
That's
do you
forever.
have
You'll be fine.
in endure?
I have 2 pips.
Oh yeah, you could hold your breath for a long while.
I'm gonna wrap the rope around my waist. Let's try to use my weight to anchor it. And I'm gonna try to keep track of time so that if Lamosa doesn't do 2 pulls by when I think that they would be done, I'm gonna try to pull.
Are you just sitting at the end? Are you like the kid who just can't be moved at a tug of war? Or you're just like, I'm just gonna sit here and
You're
you
the
have to pull
anchor.
me.
Absolutely.
But you're looking at a clock watch or something.
So I would say that for someone like Lamosa, um, honestly, 10 minutes would probably be about your maximum.
Shit.
Gosh, how do I get to be you in real life?
that's like average for like free divers and people like that for humans. So
Crazy people, yeah. All right, so I gotta go crazy. All right, sounds good.
Yeah, Islanders. We said that.
all right, Lamosa, you take off up into the air. Lunge. That scene where you see like the falcons just flying over the water and then just a dart into the water and just start sinking. That light gets closer and closer as you continue to push yourself downward, seeing that it's almost like this orb, like a pearl, but massive. And it just kind of rolls along the flow of the water.
Yeah, but like it's not secured to anything, right?
I mean, if you'd like to make a sense or a study or something while you're down there?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm gonna do that.
Sure.
That's a 6. Let's go. I'm using them all now. I won't be able to get back up.
Yeah. The light coming from this thing, especially like right next to it, is kind of blinding. So it's hard to see past it too much. But the more you stare, the more you can see almost like kind of initially looks like just threads kind of tailing off the back end of this thing. The more you stare, the more you can see that's it's not threads, but a almost translucent stalk that just waves and trails off back behind it.
If this is a giant anglerfish, I'm gonna be so horrified.
I know. I'm actually really scared now.
I'm
Give it
so
to me.
stressed.
Give me the horror. Call me Ishmael.
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming, swimming. Oh, I'm so scared now. The thoughts in my head. I don't even have thalassophobia. No. Um, I mean, if she sees like stalks, like can she determine that this is like a living thing? I mean, she's an islander. She would be able to like figure out something about fish if something weird washed up on the shore or something like that.
Yeah. How about a study with +1 dice?
Oh, okay, awesome. I was like, oh no.
And you can push it for an extra +1.
True, true. Um,
Hmm.
you know what? If there was a time to do that, I feel like it'd be now, so I'm gonna do that. Okay, another 6.
The more you follow it down, the more you can see that there is definitely more movement past that light than you could initially see. And that thought of, oh, something shiny in the water, of course a predator would use that to draw in prey. And that as that realization is hitting you, I will say that you have the first moment to act.
Oh no.
What would you like to do?
Um, 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 okay. Okay.
Remember, it's 2 tugs, you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's probably gonna be the first thing I do. Um, tug tug. Um, oh, I'm trying to think. I don't know if I want to engage in water combat. It seems like a bad idea.
We're
Um,
technically
Why
still
not
in
make it-
narrative for the
Yeah, the
moment.
first
Is
combat
that
of
really-
this, the first combat of this system. Let's make it also underwater. Yeah,
I mean, you never know.
let's add elevation.
Oh my god. Oh, we're underwater, so I don't think this trait of my job would actually apply. Because if I make any movement from a lower elevation to a higher one, I can use fly instead of move. But I'm not sure, like, I can't really fly
I don't think you can
underwater,
fly
so I
through
don't think that
water.
would work. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm gonna try my best to get out of there. The double
Let's
tug and
go with traverse.
oh boy, okay. Well, I have 1 in that. That's not bad.
Do we get to add any assists to
Oh,
this?
yeah, 'cause
given
you
that
tugged
we'll
on the
be
rope.
we'll be pulling. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll be pulling the rope, and I assume even if Pops isn't initially on the line, if we start like hauling, he might jump on.
Oh,
Yeah, so
Yeah.
for the
Okay.
moment, I mean, as you tug, I imagined you would have a kind of like, oh, that's definitely a tug, and you'd have at least a minimal effort, so +1.
+1? Okay.
All right, we tried.
I mean, this is like happening over the course of like 2 or 3 seconds.
All right. So I'm glad you
ready.
did that because the one that I rolled was a 3. And the second one I rolled with the 8 was a 6.
Beautiful. Just start absolutely rocketing up and away from this thing as the cavern below opens. the
Huh?
edges of what looks like rock opens into a maw that was vacant. Intentionally, the water just shoved out of it so that it could open and, like a vacuum, just start sucking in the water into it.
Nope, 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 nope.
I need a group check from everyone on the rope.
All right.
Hey,
Does anyone else have anything that they could use if they need to lead something that it reduces it to 1 stress, or anything anyone else want to try?
no, I don't.
Like the
Right.
one that would have to lead this would probably be Lamosa.
Oh, okay.
Well,
just-
most
just-
you got the same thing.
Purely because
Oh,
of the
it's-
predicament that you're in.
True. And since I'm leading it, I get an extra die, which is great.
Beautiful.
But
This
which one
is
was I doing?
a endure, a traverse.
Oh, I will take that endure because I have 2 pips in that. All right. So
I-
how many dice is that then?
You could even argue for a smash if you're just Essen is just like tying off the rope and just sprinting away.
No, I actually have the highest in endure. So how many dice is that?
Whatever your base is, and because you have help +1, plus
We should.
1 more because of your ability.
Do we all roll in this case?
Yes, we're looking for the highest.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
I don't know what people got, but let's get it out
Well,
there.
Oh my
for an
god.
endure, I've got a 2.
I was like, please. I have
Heck yeah.
3 dice in my hand. Please, dear
Oh,
lord.
before you roll, I'm sorry.
Huh?
Because this thing is creating a whirlpool basically under you, that's going to be a -2.
Oh. Okay. Well, just make it a straight roll.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay.
For everybody's roll, or if we're aiming to assist?
I think for me.
No, just for
Okay.
the rest of you, it's normal.
Oh, then no worries. I'll just use my traverse here.
As we hear the
So, that was a 2.
Shit, nice.
I've got double 6.
Beautiful.
Nice.
as we
Essen-
hear the rumbling and the water starts lowering.
Oh, yeah.
Pop's just struggling on the rope, just looking at Orton and Essen, going, "Pop, where's your sense of adventure?"
The line, Pop.
Ooh, get off there. Yeah, Essen and Pops, for the 2 of you like to roll?
I got a 2.
A 2?
I rolled a 4.
Okay. Lamosa, that is 2 stress, for 1 for yours and 1 for Pops. But
Okay.
it starts immediately just cascading the water downwards, just like a whirlpool sucking you down until you feel that rope just go tight and start pulling you again, causing your momentum to shift and finally start going up. You never get close enough for it to bite you, thankfully. Mostly because I imagine Orton is up there just like guiding, just pull on 3, 1, 2.
Heave, 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 heave.
Eventually, just foot after foot, you do all see that pool drop a good 6 or 7 feet and then slowly start to rise back up. But Lamosa is just jettisoned upwards and eventually just comes popping out of the water.
Yeah, she's
Get down your back into it.
This absolutely this shrill bird shriek. It's like almost like a goose honk. It's just
You alright,
falling
youngin'?
onto the shore. Not a treasure. Not a treasure at all.
Put a hand in your general direction, but also be leaning over the side, trying to look at the maw of this thing that tried to just suck you in.
Nope. Pushing away as she's getting. Nope.
I just want to see a little bit. I just want to see a little bit.
Nope.
Pops will literally just take his cane and just bop Orton on the back of the head.
Ugh.
For just that brief moment, that orb is no longer as bright, and you see the glow of just the 2 beacons of eyes behind it for just a moment.
Oh, it was so big! Ow! 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 Ow!
Look, I understand you gotta go out, you gotta sow your wild oats and everything. Can you try not to leap directly into the maw of death?
Ma, death was so well hidden.
They usually are!
Ow.
Good news, thanks to Limosa's testing, the water doesn't seem poisoned.
No, if I want to drink anything from like the mouth of a monster.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, there were points where you didn't have a ton of options. You're just being yanked upwards by a rope. But
Pops just taps taps Lamosa on the shoulder. It's like, congratulations, kiddo. You're covered in spit.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, it's backwash at best.
That doesn't make it better.
It's still water. It's good. Just got some character to it.
Used water. I don't like it.
Oh, you make it sound so bad with used. It's recycled.
I mean, the ocean is basically a fish toilet. So.
Yeah.
You're right.
All
All water is used. True.
There is no new water on the earth.
The ocean is a soup.
We're all just a stew.
But assuming that you all at least took a little bit of time before that happened to go through the bodies, because I know Orton did at the very least. You would have what would basically just be question mark ancient tools.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever those might be worth to anyone.
I think they're neat, and I take a sample of as many as I can.
I would also like to take some.
Yeah. I mean, with a little bit of elbow grease, cleaning them up, kind of a little bit of restoration work, they all still look very usable and very well made.
Clean them off. How dare you? Gotta take them as they are. I imagine, even though Essen and Orton have very like similar, like, oh, we got to find out what this is with like chronicler and churner backgrounds. It's kind of like, nah, the dirt's part of the character. It's like a churner where chronicler's like, we need to find out what the purpose of this is. Like, look, it's a whacking thing, ancient whacking thing.
Pops very much pretends to be above all of it, and after eyeballing a couple of different things, is just looks over, maybe snags one little bauble.
Absolutely, no.
Yeah. All right. You are, of course, welcome to stay here if you'd like. I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do.
No.
Like Orosa's still like drying off because that's the thing. Like her feathers aren't really the most like water resistant in comparison to other birds. So she's like doing like the little like bird like fluffle thing.
Throwing the bag together, going just blow cold air on the back of your neck really quick.
Just that moment of.
All right. The way back, thankfully, even with 2 parts of the clock filled, it's fine. The cave is not collapsing. In fact, you could take some extra time to, mimic some of the symbols that you've been seeing, jot them down for historical reference. Otherwise, make your way back to your mounts, safe and sound. Most of them asleep, waiting for you to return. And by now, as the sandstorm is dying down, that is a fantastic place for us to take a break, give everyone a chance to grab a drink, stretch your legs, do what you gotta do. And when we come back, we'll hit the final leg of this journey and see what awaits us at the end.
All right.
But give us a few minutes, and we'll be right back, everybody. See you soon. And welcome back. Where we left off, our brave heroes had narrowly escaped a pool of water. Truly the most terrifying event. Ignoring, the football field length giant eel that lives in the tunnels below.
It was an eel?
Mm-hmm.
The size of a football field.
No.
Oh.
It
Yo.
wasn't nope.
I would have gotten eaten
Oh,
without a doubt. It would have just been bye.
football field isn't that big. I mean, like, look, if you laid out someone's intestines from one end of the football field to the other, they would die. So, I mean,
He would have snapped me like a crouton.
Mm-hmm. To be fair, you're
but hey,
bigger
you'd be
than
delicious.
most of the meals that he gets, so
True. That's true.
all right.
What'd I tell you? Nothing good comes out of these ruins.
I mean, it was kind of cool, though, right?
So, as you
Yeah, it was kind of cool.
Yeah.
plus you got some cool new tools.
Yeah, like a smasher.
Pretty sure it's something other than a smasher, but
Discombobulator, maybe. Look at the shape. It's great for smashing.
A little loud. Turn that.
Nice earpiece, Haver.
As you load back up onto your mounts, now rested, having gotten some drink of actual water, had some rations, had your chance to catch your breath, gave your mounts a chance to catch their breath. The sandstorm has died down. Before you set out, I need someone else to roll a d8 for me. We enter the second leg of your trek.
Ooh, a 7.
Plus 7. Journey is mostly uneventful. Getting late into the hours of the evening. Eventually, the around without me. Eventually, getting to the point where you need to hole up, light a campfire, and get some rest for the evening. With the temperatures dropping dramatically as soon as the sun starts to set. Though, with your current bundling of clothes, you not in any danger. Maybe a little chilly throughout the night, otherwise fine. Now, this is something that I'd like to do in games when we have the opportunity. We're at a campfire. Would any of you like to share a short story from your character's past? We give.
No, because Pops will judge me.
I give this option
I'm
to
not gonna judge you.
any character that would like to, and at which point you will gain a fate point. Means that for one roll you can spend it to re-roll.
As terrifying as this is good. Go ahead. As terrifying as today was going into the cave, it kind of reminded me of this weird rhyme that all the elders would teach the chicks. Growing up. If you ever see a really bright glow, you have to fear the undertow. And I think that might have been one of the only things that made me, think instead of just grabbing that shiny thing at the bottom of the pool. Really wise like that. I'm not sure where else they would have seen anything quite like that. Maybe there's multiple of them, just in other places. I don't really know. But those are definitely some words of wisdom to live by.
Beautiful.
Seen a thing or two of that size. Not really anything in a cave, but you know, I've been out on the seas before.
Lamosa, feel free to take a point of fate, which means that you can spend that at any point to re-roll an attack, a skill check, really any kind of roll.
Now, wait a second. Pops, you can't just stop in the middle of the very start of a story.
Oh, all right, all right. It was back when I was a lot younger. Hadn't quite enlisted with the guild at all yet. But I took some time out on a merchant ship. It's like a big riverboat. Wound up patrolling up and down one of the coasts, getting trade goods. It was run by a couple of Legio folks. Nice people. There's one Zixo, wonderful singing voice. And he talked every now and again about back home how he would deal with just things that would walk up onto the beach, big as houses, not unlike that big old crab of yours. But didn't think that much of him till the day we were passing by and saw this great old this little island off in the distance, and we're thinking to ourselves, "Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I don't remember that on the charts." Zixo, he taps the captain on the shoulder, says, "No, steer us around." And I ask him why, and he says, "That's not on the charts because that's not an island." As we go by, I thought it was, he was pulling our legs. And then I see this big old tuna fish. I swear, largest tuna fish I ever did see. Swimming past us. And away from this island. And I get over there, figure out, wait a second. What the heck is something that big doing this close to shore? Zixo points out over to the horizon, and he sees this big old tuna again, another one. And a big old bite taken out of the middle of it. And he says, that is why we don't steer near that island.
Absolutely picture, by the time this story is done, most of you, if not all of you, have already long since passed out and just...
Yeah.
Orden
The
is
same thing.
Nobody cares about the classics anymore.
Orden is locked in. He enjoys his pop stories too much.
Beautiful.
I think they conked out, Pops.
Yeah, well.
That was a good one, though.
Yeah, sure it was. You get some good rest, all right, kiddo?
Of course, you too.
We got a long day ahead of us.
I think we got several long days.
Don't remind me.
I'll remind you as often as I need to.
Pops,
Love you too, Pops.
do also get a fate point. I'd like to annotate that somewhere. Otherwise, you can all get some rest for the night. as your campsite is raided by the Live from the Apocalypse team. Thank you so much.
What? Oh, quick, everyone up. We're being raided. Pop, no, wait. No, Pops. It's just social media rating. It's all right. It's only in your heads.
We are playing some Icon, which, if you are familiar with the channel, you know we love to play a lot of Lancer. And it's made by the same people, except where Lancer is more sci-fi and futuristic, Icon is more fantasy. It is a
JoJo elf.
Yeah, very much. It is a mixture, for me, a good mixture of the Blades in the Dark system with the Lancer system. If you're familiar with the two of those, they fuse them pretty beautifully. It's been a lot of fun so far. But yeah, welcome. As we rise in the morning, the second leg of our journey continued into the next day. You are met with a blazing hot sun. Now, you do all have the appropriate apparel. So, if you would all please roll your Endure with +1 dice.
Oh, thank goodness, because I only have one. I'm a soft boy. He's a squishy boy. Oh, but it's still a 4, boy.
Nice. It's a
So
5 for me.
us.
Ooh.
And a 4 for me.
Just rub it in. I got really excited when I was like, oh yeah, I got a 5.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're the exact same for the results, so it's fine.
No problem. The thrill of adventure, the joy of being away from that cavern and whatever eel-like creature that was inside spurs you on. The sun, for as blazing hot as it is, will not deter you from reaching it. Which, as we nearly have traveled throughout the entirety of the day, once again, nearly hitting sunfall, finally start to see signs of life, or old life, being that the outcroppings of rocks you're seeing looked carved, as if they were once part of a structure. See the bases of what may have been fountains or statues, almost square-ish carved flooring that barely visible under the constantly blowing sands. That looks like maybe some carved tile flooring that extends for hundreds of feet all around you. There's just these little hints that something exists below you or existed here a long time ago.
Orton is riding his frilled lizard mount quickly over from carving to carving, trying to understand what each of them might say if they're beyond pictograms.
Up here, thanks to the wind mostly, there's not much in the ways of writing or symbols or carvings of much of anything. The wind has pretty well wore things down past where any of that might exist.
Well, I hold my hand out and trying to feel along it. Damn it, I will make you translate words for me.
You want to know what that says?
It doesn't say keep out, does it?
No, it says our power is going to last forever.
Look upon my works, ye mighty in despair.
See, actually remember a poem. There's potential in you yet.
Oh, I got loads of potential. Just happens that it's not on a farm.
And Pops will just shake his head, take out a date, and
I actually have a question.
Mhm.
I am a Thrin, and I did some Hero Forge working sponsor, and his star mark's pretty comprehensive. I want to look at my hand. Am I getting any like shine for Ethereum or Aether?
Can you read that for me exactly?
It's all flavor,
Mhm.
so it's really no biggie. But Thrin have this kind of star mark
Mhm.
on their bodies occasionally that glows when Aether or like that kind of
Oh,
ancient
yeah, yeah.
substance is near. And I'm just curious because he does have the star mark, and it kind of like spreads out, and he's got a bit of a crest and goes down to his hands in a pattern. And he definitely checks his hand. He's feeling over these ancient ruins because he's a churner. He wants to know if he should mark this down for people to set up camp here later.
Yeah. Take a moment to unwrap, getting the cloth out that's protecting you from the sun and the sand. But the moment you
Yeah,
do,
tan.
it is a blaze of glowing light.
I hold my hand up like I'm a fantasy cover hero. We got Aether!
Do we now?
We struck it hard! I'm probably like, I think everyone can see the shine. I imagine Pops might be able to see it on. Pops, check your mark.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
He starts wrapping it up. I'm gonna mark this on the map, but this might be worth digging into. Hey, Essen.
Essen has kind of pinpointed on the glow, and dismounts and walks over to look sort of at the markings that Orton has discovered, and is going to look down at the tile and see if it leads anywhere that might be a door or an
Yeah.
entrance to something.
I'm just riding up on as my lizard's on its back 2 legs. That's how we chill.
How
Guys,
about
hand on.
a study or tinker?
I would like a study. Would this be considered knowing stuff about the Scorched Expanse?
Absolutely.
Yes. Trying to get all those extra dice that I can. Ooh, that's 2 6s and a 5.
All right. That is a critical success, which is very fortunate. You follow along the stone carvings, kind of mentally mapping out what the structure may have been, like looking for any signs that there may have been walls here or there, like trying to picture where they may have put doors or stairwells leading deeper. And everything you're seeing is kind of telling you that a lot of this structure was collapsed or destroyed through time, that your immediate vicinity might not have much in the ways of ascending. But as you are scouting the area, with the more individuals that are standing in this particular area, even as spread out as you are, you kind of feel just a little the ground, and then actually very faintly start to hear these cracking, like you would as if you were all standing on ice.
Uh, guys,
What?
I have a little bit of concern about my weight on this surface right
Oh,
now.
come on, Essen. You're not that heavy.
I appreciate that, Orton. And I kind of think that I am. Are our mounts also on?
Oh, I am
Stilts?
absolutely on Kinky right now, like
God.
standing right next to you. So this is a big frilled lizard horse standing right next to you as we're on some sinking sand thing.
Oh no.
Why? What's up?
Yeah, you
You didn't hear that?
have one immediate action if there's anything that you would like to do.
I am nothing if not a fool, so I will follow Essen's aims here.
That is very unfortunate. Essen is going to. We are all on this space that just cracked, correct? Essen is going to. I don't know if I have enough time for this. I would like to try and like throw a rope to something that would like that I could anchor, like a ruin or something.
Yeah.
And if I have time, I'm gonna grab Orton's arm and hope for the best.
So, you could certainly try to do both. It is going to give you one fewer dice to accomplish both with a single roll.
I'll tell you what. Find out what everyone else is doing, and then decide if you want to grab me.
Yeah, because like, is it actively caving in?
There's a moment where it's a barely perceptive dip in the stonework. And then as you were hearing Essen say this, you would all hear those cracks, that spider webbing, as if you were standing on ice that was cracking under your feet.
Like without even thinking, probably. Lamosa would take flight. Like she can get like off of that surface pretty easily. And
Mount
with
can't.
Yeah.
what?
Your mount can't.
I know.
Okay.
And we're gonna try to get stuff together.
Lamosa's just in the air.
Pops is probably going to try and spur the cart to get off of this area. He was probably a ways back to begin with, just because this doesn't really vibe with him much.
Yeah. Pops, if you want to roll traverse, I feel would be good for that.
Okay.
Essen.
Throw on that rope, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I could see an argument for a tinker. I could also see
I
an
got a
argument
3.
for sense.
Oh, wait. Does this count as desert survival?
It does not.
Dang it.
Is less about the elements and more about a massive pitfall.
I mean, I would love to take sense if you would let me.
Yeah.
Okay, and you said it's one less dice than what I have, correct?
If you are also trying to save Orton with this same roll. Yeah.
I mean, it's important. Are you
No.
making any moves?
Of course I'm making moves. Now, Lamosa, your crab friend is still potentially in the danger zone, yeah?
Yeah, to see if I could maybe use a command roll to try to like get him to scuttle away very quickly.
Sure. I would also say
Go-
that you're looking at one fewer dice since you
Okay.
took the time to take up into the air, write yourself turn, and then start yelling the command.
All right. I have 2 pips in command because of my bond. So
Oh, rub it in some more. You have dual relevant abilities.
you have abilities too. You stop.
I don't have any abilities. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not going to do anything awesome in a moment.
Okay.
And just to clarify, Pops is also getting out of the way, yeah?
The,
All right, good.
the donkeys have started to turn and are trying to wheel the cart away.
Like Thor. So for Orton, he's going to like onto Kingy and is going to tell Kingy to use his, because I can talk to things if you recall, even if they can't communicate. To use his whiptail to knock Essen away, and is just going to try and like tumble and is just going to try and like ride and move Kingy as far out of the sand as possible.
Yeah? The command?
Um,
I mean,
So I
could also
get
say that
one
being
extra dice to interact with creatures and get some intent and feelings if it's not hostile in regards to
Yeah.
color tongue, in regards to like communicating.
could see that as a charm or a smash.
I'd gladly take a charm.
Yeah.
Because that's 2d6 for me in that case. Uh, 2 6s. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Just that
Just
moment of
you're about to reach out, Essen, and the tail just
whack.
smacks you out of the way.
Yeah.
And we're just doing that double leg upper, held upper body rung as the stand collapses underneath it.
Yeah, Essen, you start to reach out, you were just whacked by the tail. Tossing the rope out?
Rolled a 5.
Yeah. A rope lands solid on just a jagged wall. Maybe it was a statue, whatever it was, it is solidly in the ground. Rope lands around it, you pull it tight as the ground does start to just cave inward, just bend and bend until it finally cracks and starts to just give way. That's solid ground that was under your feet very quickly disappears into a deep, deep pit. Essen, you get the rope, and under your feet, the ground just disappears, and you find yourself dangling from said rope. Lamosa, did you roll for command?
Yeah, I rolled a 5.
5. Your rock crab companion just starts scuttling away. At the moment, seems to be outpacing the collapse. Orton, no problem. On the back of your sand lizard, you are just waddle running away from the center.
Get riding back to its back legs, pushing up with it. Come on!
To look over and see Pops as the 2 donkeys are slowly starting to wheel around. That collapse finally hits the back of the wagon as it starts to just teeter inwards. At the moment, you're all safe. You're varying degrees of safe, I should say.
Did my horse make it? Did it run away? It's okay if it ran far away. I just want it to be
Yes,
safe.
we can absolutely say that as you throw the rope, you just smacks the ass of the horse and it just took off.
Is my horse okay?
As long as it's safe.
In your anger.
A horse that's, just so everyone knows, is larger than Essen, who is over 7 feet tall.
That's a big horse.
That's a moose.
That's,
Oh my
Actually,
god.
though.
Yes.
is it a
Yes.
hornless moose?
Oh my god.
Essen always called it a horse, but it's actually a moose. Essen just doesn't
It's
know
just
any
like,
animals.
we've had small meetings like, all right, who's gonna tell him that it's technically a moose?
But Pops, you are in the most peril.
No.
Would you roll and endure, please?
Okay. Let's see. Can I actually try a command and see if I can, yeah the donkeys into?
Yeah, a second effort. It is going to be at -1 dice.
Okay. That's another 3. Oh.
Ew.
Orton, look back, tries to spur the donkeys on again, but now the cart is gone into the pits. And Pops, along with the donkeys, are starting to get pulled in backwards.
I give a final last slap to Kingy, and I'm absolutely going in after Pops. I like grab a rope off of the back of this, off the back of Kingy's saddle thing I have rigged up here, and I'm going in.
Absolutely. Would you make a either traverse or tinker?
I will absolutely make a traverse for you because I'm really good at traverse, and I'm afraid of rolling tinker rolls because that means I have to roll a disadvantage. A 6 and a 5, I promise.
I believe you.
So 6.
The floor is just disappearing from under your feet every step, and it's just like what was a moment ago a purely solid footing is just melting away step after step. Rope latched onto something solid, not even fully paying attention, connecting it to something.
I'll
leaping down.
loop it on Kingy. I'll loop it on Kingy's tail if I need to. Just like
I don't
the
know if-
last second.
I don't know if Kinky could hold the both of you.
That's fair. All right, I'll like try and toss it around one of the structures and
Easy enough.
then.
Just
I'm a pretty old man.
Would I just need the both of you to just roll a single d6. The closer you are together, the better. The further away you are, the worse. So a 1
my
and a
God.
6 would be bad. Rolling the same number would be great.
I feel like I'm at the Last Supper here. Which one of you will
All right,
betray
a
me?
test. Yeah, test of ESP.
Now, see, this one has some like star constellations, but this one's from.
If
one
you'd like
do
to
I
spend
trust
your
more?
point of fate, you could roll 2 dice and choose the one that you want.
I think that might be a good idea.
But what about next episode?
Doesn't matter because I rolled a double.
What'd you
Don't
get?
tell me. Don't tell me.
Oh. Cool.
What'd you roll? I know what I got now.
3.
6. These dice are loaded, man. I swear.
You
Yeah, I
leap
meant to
off,
drop it because I'm angry at it.
have the rope in hand, and it goes just tight as you start swinging down. Your hand just hits the side of the cart hard as you are swinging into it. It unfortunately is going to deflect you off, altering your path just inches from reaching Pops, but the two of you pass by one.
I
Pops
keep
is-
going.
Pops is now free falling.
How far am I
Yeah.
from the ground?
Exactly. It's like, like
Essen, you were fine. You're dangling maybe like 2 feet below the surface of where it started to collapse.
Can I see the ground below?
In the few seconds of staring, you can see shapes. Hard to tell if that's the actual ground.
it's like because I'm still in the air.
You
Can I
are.
like try to like lasso?
I'm.
Like
I just as a note, if I miss Pops and I see Pops falling, I'm cutting the rope and going down with him.
Yeah. I mean, Lamosa, you see Pops falling. If you could just go into a dive if you'd like.
yeah, I would like to do that. Like, is there any way I could like kind of like dive or like lasso or like just stop the fall without like killing both of us?
Yeah.
Are you gonna Gwen Stacy my Pops?
Maybe. You don't know.
Oh, God.
I swear,
yeah.
you give me a snap herd around the world and I will fight you.
Oh my god.
I could see an argument for a sense roll, for a traverse roll, an endure.
All right, yeah, we're gonna go with an endure, and I'll tell you what, I'm gonna use one of my bond powers, my only bond power, Heart of Hearts. I'm also going to like flashback almost as if in throwing this or casting this rope, she's done something like this very precise throw many times. Not necessarily with the lasso, but casting nets constantly, being an islander. She absolutely hated doing it as part of her chores, like just getting, fish for, the rest of the flock to eat. And she remembers absolutely hating it because it was so boring, and she would just toss that net and reel it back, but now it's saving everybody. So, the thing with Heart of Hearts, I'm gonna read it out here. I printed out my sheets.
What
but
next episode?
I have 2 more. It's fine.
That's what James said.
It'll be fine. You can flash back to a scene from your past or hometown and describe how your memory of that time inspires you in the current moment. And you can treat your next roll as though you rolled a critical hit, 2 6s. You can only use this ability 3 times ever and 1 time per session. And when you expend its 3rd use, replace it this power with another one.
Absolutely. Just casting out that rope, looping around like the upper rib cage of Pops. Kind of have to brace yourself.
Pops will absolutely grab hold.
Hear the snapping of ropes as your wagon breaks free from the donkeys, who just scurry up and out of the hole and just take off running, but your wagon just plummets.
Nabbit, I like that cart.
The vegetables.
Your it is a fight against gravity of holding Pops, two of you slowly descending down, Essen hanging off the rope, just ready to leap, but you see that Pops has been caught. Orton, same thing, ready to just cut the rope and go, but okay. It's alright. Below you, a good 15 to 20 feet. Now that you can see clearly, the dust of the sand is starting to settle. Down below, it's a very similar glowing bluish color. But there is legible text. There is words scrawled upon the walls.
Read my
J'ai
thoughts.
l'heirloom Variala eth Liorn.
What?
Now, wait a second. When you say what, I say, hey, I can understand all script because I'm a color tongue.
Enter all who seek enlightenment.
I
Well,
land with Pops.
As I imagine, as we land, Pops is just looking at Lamosa, going, "My hero, thank you."
oh, no
Huh?
problem. No problem. I guess we found the secret entrance, huh?
It says way to enlightenment over there.
Gosh, it says way to enlightenment over there. They just tried to enlighten me down 20 feet.
Well, that would be heavying you. Heavying? Burdening you. I think that's how physics work.
And this is why we tell you to read your books.
Acid! How do physics work?
We don't have time for that, Orton. Just don't hurt yourself trying to work through it.
Oh, you could never hurt me.
Essen is going to lower themselves down, join the rest of the group, and kind of survey. Is there a path? Is there a pool? Is there another giant anglerfish waiting to kill us?
It was an
I hope
eel.
not.
Sorry, an
Tomato,
angler eel.
tomato.
Tomato horror.
Sorry, no, we are not doing Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Not today.
Only
Killer
clowns.
tomatoes.
A vast majority of this chamber has been long since collapsed to time, and your current collapse has broken a good chunk of the walls that were standing, but that archway with the text underneath of it still stands, as strong and proud as ever. And through it you see a tunnel, very cleanly carved. Seems to lead deeper into whatever this structure used to be.
Do you think you got some more adventure in you?
I don't think we got much option now. Gonna have to find something to fix the cart.
Don't worry, I got enough adventure for the lot of us. And also, I can help repair the cart with whatever Judy what's it so we find.
Well, we'll get something together. It's gonna be some sort of usable wood of some type in here.
Well, I guess we can call it wood or ancient artifacts used for new purposes.
Sure, kid.
I bet we can find you a whole automated vehicle.
Assuming that you would all like to press on.
Mm-hmm.
But you'd hear your footsteps echoing through the tunnel. The further you get away from the opening, the more echo, the more distant everything sounds, until everything is truly echoing. As for anyone that has seen the old classic Disney movie Beauty and the Beast and looked at the library in the Beast Castle and thought, I would like that library someday. That's what you're staring at. An enormous chamber with shelves carved into the walls, book after book after book after book. Dozens to hundreds. Center of
Don't
the
feel it.
room, a diorama, it looks, of soldiers, of guardians, of statues. Their weapons pointed out at various points of the library, defending each other with shield and blade, writing at the base of it, which of course, important. Eth Igor Ja Gung Rirta Borthgan, Ilv Bezmadan Vram. The way is opened for those strong enough to forge it.
I'm sorry, I'm not feeling any overwhelming sense of Stockholm syndrome while I look at this, right?
No.
Oh, so it's not Beauty and the Beast. All right, cool. No. Orton's eyes are like wide because he's looking at this, like an Indiana Jones archaeologist, um, who is like seeing this for the first time and just looks back to the group very briefly to like look at it, and then immediately is like looking at the diorama and feeling at the inscription. Do you think we have to prove ourselves here? Sorry. It says the way is open for those strong enough to claim it. That was right, Jim, right? Yeah.
The way is open for those strong enough to forge it.
Thank you. Sorry, wait. Forge, claim. They're similar kind of, they're in the same
Right.
root family.
Syntax, got it. Or different syntax. You know what I mean.
There's no I in Jehovah. Yeah.
Essen is already walking to one of the shelves and like very lightly running their hand across the spines of books and seeing if anything catches their eye.
How many languages do you know how to read?
Uh, is this a character question or is this determined based on my experience? My like character design. Do I get to decide this right in the moment? That's what I'm
Absolutely,
asking.
yeah.
Whew. Okay, I would say as old as Essen is, and being a chronicler, they're probably in the range of like 8 or 9 that they can like piece together. Some of them are fluent, some of them are just like they know the big words and can kind of string together words or something.
Almost all of those languages that you know, current day languages, you're finding books and languages that it would seem like these were precursor languages.
The stuff is old, guys. The stuff is really old.
Hmm.
Well, I'm gonna look at everything. So I'm immediately heading over where Essen's at and looking at the old like looking at the language, just like, goodness, look at this. I mean, I don't know what language it is, but it just makes sense in my brain if I just translate it like.
All right, you don't have to show off, Orton. Just tell me what the books
Of
say.
course I have to show off to you. Come on, use your brain. And he's scribbling away and he's gonna pull a book because I know it might do something. And
Yes.
Now,
Essen just didn't want to be the one to do it.
someone has to push the big red button.
I got a great button pushing finger.
The book doesn't immediately get. there's resistance to it, and you'd feel almost this electromagnetic pulse that just runs and beats through the library like a heartbeat till it circles around, pours into that central diorama. All of the statuettes with their weapons pointed at various places throughout the library. So you see one of their limbs just crack, break away at the joints.
Arden?
1 second. Yeah, just real quick. No,
One of their legs just raises up from the base,
get this
breaks
knife
off.
here.
As one by one they start to move, breaking off from the diorama. Very clunky, very slow, but gaining momentum and control. And we are going to jump into some initiative.
Do I get the book out?
Oh yeah, continuing to
Yeah.
pull eventually would come free.
Essen would have been helping and like trying to not let Orton damage it.
So,
Well, absolutely. I just imagine he's like chipping at the top of it and just finally pulls it out as we get into combat.
so consider this room to be a rectangle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm terrible.
The diorama is at the center. Oh, no, that's not the one. That's the music one. There are books to the left, books to the right, and you came from kind of the tunnel that hit the center of the room. So I think Orton and Essen were at the same place, either on the left side or right side of the room. Really your pick.
Side.
Left side.
What's your choice? Left side, strong side.
Orton, Essen on the left. Pops and Lamosa.
Pops would probably be closer to the center of the room.
Perfect.
Nearby Orton, not like perusing the stacks or anything.
I think you muted, Heck.
Forgot I did that. It's fine. 'Cause I'm used to seeing like this muted here, so I didn't even think about it. If the door is like straight on, like looking through the door, you look into the center of the room with like the diorama there. Yeah, she's probably like more towards the center and just kind of head on.
All right. As these 4 statues come to life, 2 of them with heavy shields, one of them a heavy sword, the other this massive great axe. The other 2 holding some variation of what kind of looks like a bow, except there's no string and it has more parts along it than you would see on a simple bow. But you, as the players, there's no initiative rolled. You simply get to go first.
Goodness, what a revolutionary way to. I do best when enemies are already damaged, so I'm open.
Yeah, I was like reading through my thing. I was like, I might be able to go first. Probably fine.
Pops, you want to kick us off?
Pops just looks back at everybody and says, "All right, everybody get out of here. I'll keep these guys busy."
You can
Hell
also
no, we're clearing this place out.
You can also elect to take a slow turn this round. If you do elect to take a slow turn, you can pass their regular turn slot off to another player, if any players can still act. Slow turns follow the same rules for every other turn, after all other non-slow characters have acted. Some abilities get powered up when used on a slow turn, which means that basically you're moving yourself willingly to the bottom of initiative, but sometimes there's abilities that trigger after that, or you could simply want the enemies to all go, so that you have a chance to go after they've all moved.
Right. Let's see here. Yeah, Pops is going to start by. Let's see here.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can either just take a slow turn, which means that you move after everyone, or you can nominate another player to go instead of you, and then you still get to go at the end. So it's either or.
Okay. I'll nominate.
I have,
I'll nominate. What? Sorry.
I'm ready if you wanna.
Go for it, Essen.
So,
Um,
Pops, you're taking
Essen
a slow
is-
turn, so you're going to go after
Yes.
everyone else? Perfect.
okay, Essen is going to pull out their scythe, and the blade is going to kind of start to glow, and the flowers and vines that are along it kind of start to bloom and seem to come alive. And I'm going to use my kin chewer ability, which I love that. So you see, so this is I can summon a carnivorous plant into an unoccupied space in range 4, which I'm guessing I am
Yes.
able to do this.
Yes,
Is
range
that
4
correct?
would reach the center of the room.
Beautiful. So I would like to put it in a kind of in between all of these little stone things right now.
Mhm.
And you see as these vines start to erupt, and they're almost spectral until they get to a certain point, then they start to take a more solid form. And from the middle of it is this very lovely maroon colored flower that blooms, and then from the middle of that this nasty maw opens up and is just ready to go. So the plant lasts until defeated, or until I use the ability to summon it again. And then let me make sure I'm reading all of this. Okay, yes. And I am going to. Yeah, I think that's going to end my turn. That's all that I can do with this right now.
So does the vines do anything at the moment?
No, it is not until a subsequent turn.
Okay. Well, the enemy is going to go. One of the sword and shield individuals is going to step up towards Pop and Mimosa are both there.
Yeah.
Pops will actually step out in front.
Target me, you fools.
All right. So they're gonna go for Pop then. Raises the sword and
I have not drawn a weapon.
This feels like a trap that I love so much.
I need to look up what this ability does, because there's a bunch of keywords that not.
Been around is the ability that I'm using. It's under my
Oh,
bond.
I was looking at a different ability, but what does that do?
Unless I draw a weapon, nobody younger than you can harm, restrain, or touch you in any way unless you let them.
Okay, we're going for Mimosa.
That is
Oh,
delightful.
okay. Alright, let's go.
I mean, they're not younger than you. They're considerably older than you. So I'm gonna backtrack. They are gonna go for you.
Okay.
Oh, no one's older than Pops.
Yeah, we're gonna go for a bloody crescent strike.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
You're allowed to say psych at any time.
It is a. Oh boy. An arc. Does off of the top of anyone's head, do you know what an arc AoE looks like?
Arc AoE is basically you pick the point or the target, and I want to say it sweeps or it basically.
You ever did a knight's move? Arc. So
Ow.
arc 3. Sorry, wait. I got this. I'm looking at the map. It looks like arc 4 is
you go out 1, 2, 3, and then 4 seems to be your impact area, or your point where you mark it from.
Oh yeah, I see it.
It's
alright.
page 75.
X are continuous spaces with at least one direct line adjacent to the original space. If it has a listed range, it can be placed in the range. Spaces must be drawn sequentially in an orthogonal direction and cannot overlap, but otherwise can be placed in any pattern. So it can basically choose any distance of line 3, which is going to hit, only Lamosa. The two of you are the only ones close enough.
Oh, okay.
So on a hit, that is a d6. That is 2, plus its fray of 4, so a total of 6.
Okay.
And then you subtract your armor from that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that'd be 3. Awesome.
So, I'm sorry, say again. We subtract our defense from that?
Your armor. You might not have
Okay.
armor.
I don't have armor.
Yep, that's entirely
It's
possible.
like I'm a Colossus. I have to have armor.
Okay.
It's
And that was how much damage?
What'd I say?
6.
6?
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause I took 3.
Ow.
Does that blade
was-
just lashes out across the two of you?
Hmm.
That blade travels, cutting into both of you. And its second action is just going to be to pull the blade back, and to the two of you deal 2 more points of damage.
Okay.
Okay.
But that's it. It's back to you.
So we have 4 people, all of whom are still kind of like in the same area.
They are all standing on this platform, but they are starting to step off and spread out.
I mean, I can go ahead and jump on in.
Yeah. Why
Yeah,
don't you?
they've hit me at this point, so I'm ready to go. Let's do it. All right. So yeah, I am going to use one of my moves. Or I'm not sure what it's called in this game.
Powers. Or
Powers. Okay, I was just like close enough. I am going to actually. Oh man. Okay, so well, never mind. I actually have to start with an attack, and then I'll just have to use this thing for next turn. Because it happens on the end of my turn. So yeah, I am actually just going to go ahead and start with a basic attack as one action. So how does rolling to hit work? I know it's the d20.
Yep.
Is there anything added to it?
If you have any boons, you would add that. But
Okay.
otherwise, you're just trying to hit their defense.
All right. That's the natural 19.
Is this against one of the sword and shield guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's by a lot.
Yeah, we're going into it. Okay, so that means my damage die is a d6. And it's like melee or range 2.
Yeah, you're fine.
I'm just going on in here doing that. Alright, so that's 6.
Okay.
Um
It is going to reduce some by the armor, but still.
Mm-hmm. Alright, and with my second action cost, I am actually going to enter a blood rage. So for those of you at home, I get to end my turn and gain stance. So when I enter the stance and it refreshes, my next ability will deal bonus damage and trigger any charge effects, even on a normal turn. And I can keep this stance even if defeated, so that's pretty cool. I also started this combat with 1 defiance. Now that I've ended my turn, I'm gonna gain vigilance 1.
So vigilance, when an ally within range 2 is targeted as part of a foe's ability, shove that ally 1 space towards you, then shift the targets of the ability to you. When a foe attempts to break adjacency with you, you may deal fray damage to them and then force them to save. On a failed save, they stop and cannot move further with the same effect or ability.
Yeah, like
Okay.
I can just spend that whenever, right?
In X charges. Yep.
Okay. Cool.
All right. That brings us to the first of the ranged individuals. The enemies are very cool. The design is a little confusing because it's at multiple places through the book, but it is still very cool. It is going to step off the platform and away, if you'd like to spend that vigilance.
Ooh, I absolutely would like to do that. So let's see, what do I do? I have to force them to save.
Yeah.
Yeah, do I have to roll anything then?
They should have to
Yeah,
roll
you
the
may deal
save.
4 damage to them and force them to save.
Oh, so yeah, you roll your basic damage then.
Oh, okay. 4.
All right.
And
Save.
yeah, they gotta save.
In my brain, it's telling me that they need to hit a 10, but
Yeah, I think that's right.
save on a 10 or higher. Called it.
Yeah.
It's a 13.
All right, so I was gonna make it. So
So
they can
it's-
proceed.
Taking the
Dang
damage.
it.
How much damage was it?
4.
4. Yeah, that one has no armor. But it is going to step off the platform, start moving to the other side of the library, and it's going to take a shot at you with that odd-looking bow. I mean, you hit it, so it might as well shoot you.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it didn't need to move, because it gets to move for free with this attack, but that's fine. It is going to first glare at you. I need you to make a save or become blinded.
Okay.
Eep.
All right, come on, D20. So that's the 4.
You
am
are
blinded.
blinded.
Oof.
And then it's going to take that shot against you, which is a natural 18. So on a hit, that is dice plus fray. And this thing's dice is a d10. Ouch.
Why?
Ouch. Oh, it's 1.
No.
So it's 4 damage total.
Okay. Then do I still benefit from defense with
From armor?
blinded or armor? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't.
Okay. Great. Reduce that to 1.
All right, it's back to you. I think we just have Orton and Essen left to go.
All means.
Okay, so I might need a little bit of help on through this. Oh, cool. Nope. Never mind. I just found what I needed. So I get a free action to have my little carnivorous plant.
Oh.
As a free action, I can direct the plant to bite a foe in range 2, which I think.
3 of them are still within range 2.
Okay, I want to try and attack the one
The
one
armored
of the sword
guy
people.
that has already been hit by Lamosa.
Okay. Yeah, I want him to. I want it to bite one of the sword people that has to move in order to attack.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that just says that foe takes 2 piercing damage and must save or be immobile until the end of their
Oof.
next turn, as the
Brutal.
plant chews on them.
That's a 7. It is immobilized.
Yes. Okay, so that's my free action. As my actions, I would like to. Oh. Yes, I would like to use my heal to cure Lamosa of the blind status. And then as my other action, since that's a
Rude.
free action, I would like to grant a blessing to, we're gonna say Pops.
Rude.
So with a blessing, you can spend an action and the token to cure yourself. So that is there for you. And have any of them moved in my direction?
No. The only one that's moved went away. The other side of the
Cool.
library.
That is going to end my turn.
All right. We're gonna go with the other heavily armed one, who is ooh, yeah. Lamosa, it is going to just take one step off that platform. It's just gonna reel back with that shield and just try to bash it straight into you.
Rude.
Oh no, it doesn't have to try. It just simply succeeds. But it is
Oh.
going to send you straight into Pops, the two of you colliding with a heavy impact.
Oh boy.
Sorry.
The two of you are dazed.
Oh no. What did that
Hmm?
mean again?
I'll use that cure and immediately clear that daze.
Nice.
Do you have to use it on your turn?
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Do you have to? I don't actually know. Essen?
It's spending an action, so I believe
So
so.
it would have to be on your turn, yeah.
Okay.
Dazed, however,
Is +1 curse on attack.
so you have minus 1d6 on attack rolls.
Okay.
But then we're gonna go ahead and lash out with that gigantic axe because that's what it's here for.
Huh?
And this is against Lamosa. Technically, just by positioning, you would be closer.
It's alright, I'm the tank.
14.
Yeah. By a lot.
So on a hit, it is dice plus fray, which is going to
Mhm.
be 8. Got a
Alright,
6 on the
minus
d6.
3. That was 5. Alright.
And you would become dazed. If you are already dazed, then you must save or become stunned.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. I'm on a d6. That's alright. 17.
Yeah.
Okay, we're fine.
Still dazed, but not stunned, unfortunately, for the brute. But that's it. It's back to you, and I think we just have Orton before our
All
slow
right.
turns.
Question from my brain parts. Are they at all in a sort of line of sorts?
3 of them are grouped up in a very small area, but a line at most would probably hit 2 of them. Maybe
I'll
3
take
if
2.
you took some positioning.
Any of them bloodied?
No.
All right. Tell you what. I'll hit him with death. I'm gonna move in position and I'm going to move in position to hit 2 of them. What is that? How long is that line?
So if right now from you to the farthest one, it would be.
I got 4 movement.
If you want to move 4, that would put you needing a line 6 probably to hit both of them.
And mind you, I can move diagonally.
Yeah. So this is basically putting you up to the first one, starting the line in his chest, and then reaching out to hit the second one.
All right, yeah, worth it. I'm gonna try and roll a 6 in that case. I rolled a 4, so the line only goes 4 spaces.
It's not gonna hit the last one.
Okay, but the everyone there takes 8 divine damage
Oof.
and inflicts burning.
Ooh.
as Orton like tumbles in and then just produces a whole like array of knives, and then reaches to another pocket and just throws out a bunch of explosives in that direction.
Doesn't quite reach the archer in the back, but that one just gets lit up right in front of you.
Now that was a light attack. Can I leave? I can only take one.
Only ever make one attack, yeah.
But I can do other actions like I can whack somebody, yeah?
That counts as an attack.
That counts as an attack? Okay. Because it was an effect that deals 1 damage to a character in range 3. In that case, can I dash closer to that archer?
Absolutely. You're gonna run past the center of the room, starting to head towards the other side. The one that has the shield, when they end their turn, they do gain 1 stack of vigilance, which it is going to use.
Tell you what, in that case, let me jump up on top of his head. I can tumble, so I'll throw out a bunch of explosives, and as he finished, when I can tumble, so I can be in someone else's space, so I'll dash and be in his spot, which means I'm standing on top of his head.
So you're not crossing the room, you're staying in the center.
I'm staying in the center on top of one of the soldiers' heads there, so I have +1 elevation, and Orton just has his hand like in a one-armed like splay, just holding above their heads.
It goes to turn to make a swing at you, and you just aren't there, and it's all the while you're just up here.
Knock, knock, knock.
All right. That brings us to the final combatant on their side, and then we will jump to the slow turn.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot me. Do it. I dare you.
I have so many abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Hit me. Hit me. I dare you. Come on. I want you to hit me.
Hit me with your best shot.
I'd rather you miss me, but
Okay. It is going to walk away, and it's actually going to go to the side of the room that you all just came from, so now you have 1 on each side.
Great. Sorry. This isn't the one I'm on top of, yeah?
No, you're... So I guess we never really specified. You would have your choice of either the sword and shield, the big axe, or the artillerist.
I want the sword and shield guy.
Perfect.
I want to be right on top of the sword and shield guy who is in a line with the archer guy behind him.
Well,
If
this
that was the one.
Yeah. This one crosses across the library, points its bow towards all of you. And is going to just let the end of that bow kind of crack. Pieces start falling off, and there's some like metal rod underneath that starts to crackle with electricity until it releases. It's almost this lob of an orb more than it is a shot. And it hits the ground instead of any of you, and waits for a moment, and then erupts in this energy that just covers your skin. It starts to tingle at first, and then starts to burn. Everyone inside the area, creatures are vulnerable. It counts as difficult terrain, and it deals fray damage to any characters that start their turn in the area.
Uh-oh.
Does that hit all of us? Or...
It does.
Ooh.
Cool. Cool.
What if I'm at +1 elevation?
Yes, because it's... No, it would not, because the top of their head would be outside of it, so you're actually fine.
Orden thinks ahead.
But that's it. Yeah, it's done. We're on to Pops.
Okay. First and foremost, let's see here. I've got my basic move, so I'm gonna move as far as I can away from. I'm actually going to use my in a quick flash. Pops is going to disappear in a little zap of electricity and teleport 3 away from the current enemy and try and line himself up so that he can fire on hit 2 of the enemies in a line.
At the start of your turn, you do take 3 fray damage.
Okay.
So you can teleport to either the left or right side of the room. Either way, in order to hit anything in a line, you need at least line 6.
That's fine.
Okay. So you have either in the middle, you can either hit the sword and shield or the axe guy.
Mm-hmm.
And creating that line, you could either hit the Stormcaller or the Pepperbox.
Okay. I'll go ahead and go for the Sword and Shield and the Stormcaller.
Perfect.
And yeah, like I said, as far as that goes, I'm going to use 1 action to cure and get rid of that dazed. And then I'll use my other action to cast Bolt. As Pops just kind of appears hovering in the air with electricity kind of crackling around him. He takes his cane, unlocks it, and draws a short sword.
Ah, heck yeah. So do you need to roll to hit them, or do they need to save?
It's a line 8. So let's see here. I have to hit him.
Okay. So roll for the sword and shield first, and then the Stormcaller.
Let's see, sword and shield. That's only a 4.
Ooh, you just missed.
Okay, that still deals 4 damage to him.
Fray damage?
Yes.
So after armor, that is 1 point of damage.
And then the other one is a 10.
10 will not hit.
Okay, it still takes 4.
Does not take fray damage. It is immune to fray damage.
Oh,
A wood. Let's see here. Also, do they have any other characters adjacent to them?
The sword and
Either
shield
of them.
does.
Okay.
Sword
I'm
and
on
shield.
top of him.
Sword and shield has 4 adjacent characters.
All right. Then in that case, the Stormcaller takes 2 piercing damage as an effect.
Oh,
Because it has no other characters adjacent.
beautiful.
And then as a final effect, I'm going to teleport 1 after the attack to get a little further away from these guys.
The right or left?
To the right.
Gotcha. We're off slightly more towards the Pepperbox. But that brings us to the end of the round. Top of round 2 is back to you all.
I mean, I'm ready to jump in if you all aren't. Okay. Who's
Take
closest to me? Like
3
what
fray
enemies
damage at the top of your turn.
Okay. And that ignores armor, right? Or no? Oh.
I don't believe so.
my defense or my armor's 3, so it's 0.
Dealing fray damage. It's not armor piercing.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. I was like, oh no, I'm stuck here. But yeah, so who all is like, what enemies are adjacent
You were
to me
all
right now?
You were all vulnerable while you're in there.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Oh.
There's a lot of rules to remember.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Glossary.
Creatures in adjacent spaces are considered adjacent, even if they are higher or lower elevation.
Vulnerable. All damage taken is increased by 1. The pops, you actually took
okay.
4 damage
Okay.
instead of 3.
And then I would take 4, so that
You would take
was-
4,
yeah, that's
reduced
spilled
down to
over,
1.
Yeah, into 1, yeah. Okay. Cool. Awesome. So yeah, like what enemies are adjacent to me? Like all of them? Or like
So the brute and the berserker are both next to you.
okay.
The sword and shield and the axe guys. The stormcaller is off to your far left. The pepper box is off to your far right.
All right.
Oh. And I'm sorry, there's one other thing. Everything that I hit is both vulnerable and electrified.
Ooh.
Or I'm sorry, everything that was in the line.
Even if you missed.
It does not say hit or it does not say if I hit.
Okay. Good to know.
Okay. So yeah, which one out of the brute and the berserker look more damaged?
The berserker is bloodied.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna attack that one. So I'm gonna use one of my abilities now. It's called Valkyrie. And I wasn't sure the action cost because it didn't have one. It just said True Strike, so I assume that means both of them. I don't really know. It wasn't on there. It was like I don't know how much this costs.
True Strike, so it doesn't have any cost on it at all.
Oh. That seems so
Ignore it.
broken.
Ignores dodge, blind, evasion, and stealth.
We're icons.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that seems so broken. It's a light melee attack, so I was like, I think
So it
because
costs
if
1.
you do it, yeah. So okay, it's 1.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, cool. I am going to go ahead and so it's since I'm cursed, or I have plus curse, I roll a d20 minus a d6 from that, right?
Correct.
Got it.
Who is this going towards?
The
the berserker.
berserker. Yeah. All right. So that's a 13 minus this d6. To make that was a 2, so an 11.
Defensive 5.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't know. Okay, so this is going to be a fair amount of damage because I took that stance last turn. So the regular damage is our d6 plus fray. So let me do that first. So that's a 4 plus my 4 fray, so that's 8.
8 minus armor. Gotcha.
Yep, and then due to the stance, my next ability, which was this, deals bonus. So is that just another d6, or is that like a specific number?
Another class die.
Okay. All right, so 1. Every little bit counts.
It does.
Okay. And I can only attack once on a turn, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna use my spare action to, like, would it count as an interact to kind of look around and see if there's, like, a specific reason that, like, I don't know, the books weren't coming out of the case and, like, that triggered these things to attack us? Like, is there any way to stop it?
I don't think you would have to roll.
Oh, okay.
I think from everything you've seen and from the text that was read to you, these things are specifically here to keep this place safe from anyone that's not worthy.
Okay. Well. I'm not sure if I really need to do anything else. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave it at that and then take my 1 vigilance.
All right. Well, we're gonna go with the pepper box, who has possibly my favorite ability. This is costs 2 actions, range 5, but Pops, you are closer than range 5. Yeah, let's do this. That's 13. What's your defense, Pops?
Defense is 6.
Okay, so it does hit. So on a miss, it deals 3 damage 2 times. On a
Okay.
hit, it deals 3 damage 5 times.
Oh.
It just opens up multiple components of this bow, pulls it back, and these small, like, steel projectiles just start filling the area between him and you, just impacting again and again. So, 15 damage.
Okay, I'm gonna do an interrupt 1 if I can,
Yeah.
for ether deflection and gain resistance against that.
Okay. So that is
So-
7.
Whew.
But yeah, that's it. It takes a moment to start reloading those slots in the bow. It's back to you all.
Right. I'd like to go.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Having defended against that, Pops is going to look at the. Let's see here. Are the 2 ranged ones? Are they still close by each other?
No, they're on opposite sides of the room. The pepper box is closest to you, who is 4 away.
Mhm.
The Stormcaller would be 8 away from you.
Okay. If I have an arc 4, can I get 2 of them in any particular setup?
Arc 4 could get the Berserker and the Brute.
All right. Sounds like a plan. I'm going to use my standard move to teleport 3 to get in range of both of them.
You are going to be stepping back into that circle of electricity.
Can't be helped.
So that is 4 points of damage.
All right. Okay. And I will go ahead and use my 1 point of. Let's see here. No, I'm going to go ahead and use my other ability, Levin Blade, which is basically Pops takes his sword cane as you see this like ornamented, rune-covered sword of lightning energy expand out of the blade as he just whips it across the 2 of them.
Oh.
Let's see here.
They are both defense 5.
Alrighty. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. That's an 11 and a 1.
Oh. 1 hit, 1 miss.
All right.
Let's roll to see which was the hit, which was the miss. 4, so that means that the Berserker was the one that was hit, and the Brute was the one that missed.
Okay. The Brute takes 4 fray damage. He's electrified.
1 fray damage.
Mm-hmm. And then, let's see here. The one that was hit takes 13. No, I'm sorry, 17 damage.
What? I'm sorry.
2d8 plus 4.
Oh my god.
It is cut into pieces. It explodes. It is beyond destroyed.
As Pops stands there hovering in midair.
Just one crack of lightning, and it just pieces of it hit walls on all sides of the room.
And then, blink! Another teleport as I teleport one away from the one that I'm closest to at this
Outside
point.
of the field.
Mhm.
Perfect. Well, I suppose the brute should probably
and
go.
the brute is electrified if it wasn't already.
Perfect.
And this is why rights are dangerous.
Essen. As that it barely dodges that electric blade, it uses the momentum to turn and try to slam you into the wall with his shield.
Disrespectful.
It doesn't need to try. I already looked at that. That is just, it succeeds.
Sorry, question. Is it the shield guy that I'm on top of the head of?
Yes.
Well, I don't want it to move. That'd be rude.
It doesn't have to move. It's technically just a normal action.
Gross.
But thematically, it took one small step forward and just slammed you into the wall. So you are currently dazed. And then it's going to try to bring the sword down onto you.
Does it know it's on top of? I'm on top of its head.
Doesn't seem
Yeah,
like
is
it.
Also, is he within 2 of me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna use my vigilance then. When an ally in range 2 is targeted as part of a foe's ability, shove that ally one space towards you and then shift the target of the ability to you.
Ooh.
So, I'll take it.
Towards the shield bash. You could have done that before the attack, even.
Oh. Yeah, sure, we'll do that.
Goes to slam Essen into the wall, and you just... Zoop.
Nope, nope.
And you are slammed into
This
the wall
gentle
instead.
interruption.
It's a little confused, but then we'll try to make the strike against you. For a 21 total.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I believe a crit adds an extra damage die.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I believe so. Luckily,
I'm still on this thing's head.
luckily it's only a d6. But I do need you to make a save or become stunned, because you did hit the shield, so you were dazed.
Oh boy. 19.
Yeah, you're not stunned. But that is 6, 7, 8, 12 points of damage.
Oh boy, okay, so that's 9. Okay.
And that's it. It's done. Back to you.
Can I heavy attack this person?
That was so close to refreshing my stance. 1 point of HP off.
Yeah, Orton, if you want to take it.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and heavy attack. So that's just gonna be a d20. Do I get anything for being above it?
Have anything that would give you a bonus?
Well, I think it'd be thematic that I'm literally on top of its head. But beyond that, I'm at elevation +1, so I'm not sure if that will actually do anything. But
I actually think I saw something about that. Pull up my combat glossary.
It's in the behind terrain one.
Battlefield. Height advantage. +1 boon on any attack against a target at a lower elevation than you.
Okay, so sorry, just +1 or +1?
Plus one
d6?
boon.
Oh, so that's a d6, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to try and heavy attack the one below me that I'm literally staying on top of. So it's going to be 2 actions. Is he bloodied?
He's not. He's very close.
Fine. That's going to be a 15.
Defense 5.
Well, you could have told me that before I got all gussied up
I
with this big
did.
attack. I know, but still.
You should have told me harder.
So a heavy attack, it's going to be 2 of my d10s plus fray.
God.
So, that is going to be. I'm really good at math, I swear. 16 damage.
Yeah, destroyed, utterly obliterated.
yeah.
So he's been on top of this. Is it like it's smacking around his friends, and you're just gonna watch? Is this a quick spin in the air, and all of a sudden he's holding a knife, and he's just going to like pop off the head of this thing and be standing on top of the body? I think just about solves it. Yeah. He stores the head because apparently that's a useful trading thing.
All right. Well, that will bring us to the only one that hasn't. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, free move. Is there anyone within range 4 that I could get on top of?
No, the 2 in the middle are both dead.
All right, I move.
Range
I move
6
forward.
either way.
I move forward towards the closest next target.
You have 6 towards the
uh,
pepperbacks or 6 towards the stormcaller.
The Stormcaller.
All right. Well, Stormcaller is gonna go. Who is? Oh, sorry. At the top. No, because you were in it. You were on top of its head.
Mhm.
You did not take it.
Damn right I didn't.
But it is going to lob some lightning your way.
Yes, finally, try and hit me. Come on. I want you to hit me. Come on.
So it's going to hit Essen and 2 targets that are up to range 4 from the target. So both Lamosa and Orton. Essen and Lamosa, the 2 of you are vulnerable, so you take 1 extra point of damage from this.
Mm-hmm.
And this is piercing.
Oh no,
So go
that
with
scares me.
Orton. That's a 3 to hit.
Nope. And sorry, I'm how far away from the Stormcaller?
You moved 4, so you'd be 2 away.
Let me just check something real fast.
Check that. I'm going to roll for Lamosa. That's
Absolutely.
15.
Oh, that'll hit.
Essen. That's an 8.
Our hits.
So the 2 of you.
Um,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna cheap trick it, so that lightning is gonna dislodge a bunch of rocks, and I'm gonna gather them up quickly in my hand and just chuck it at its face. So it's gonna take 1 damage,
Beautiful.
Nice.
and then I teleport a space closer.
It's bloodied from that.
Yes.
That's what I wanted.
Uh,
That's the effect I've been looking for.
so Essen, you were the target. So you take dice plus fray, which is going to be 11 points of damage.
Oof.
And Lamosa, you were just a secondary target, so you only take fray, so you take 4. Sorry, you take 5 because you're vulnerable. Essen, you take 12 because you're...
Do you want to tell me how much fray damage I take?
4.
I take no fray damage from missed attacks.
Fine. Be that
Area.
Be that way.
I am a fool, but I am a living fool.
Its last action is going to be to just point the bow directly point blank at you, open up multiple cylinders along it, and they all hum for a second, and then like a like Krillin, they're just going to poof, for any Dragon Ball Z fans out there.
Did you like not even like a Krillin Destructo Disc reference? You
No.
referenced a like
Solar
like a,
flare.
Solar Flare.
oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Namek.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So character in range is vulnerable, and I need you to make a save or become blind.
That's me, yeah.
You're the only one.
Okay. So save is just gonna be a D20.
Yep. Just gotta hit 10.
My graphics dice since so good to me and totally didn't just fall out of my hand. That was behind the desk now, so I won't be using that one. That's going to be a 12.
Yeah, you're good. You are vulnerable, but you're not blind. Unless
I'm
you
just
take
wanna check.
nothing from saves. Successful
Immune to all
saves.
damage from miss attacks, successful saves, and area effects.
So it doesn't do any damage.
Okay, no damage, then that's fine. I will be blinded.
You're vulnerable, not blind.
Oh, vulnerable. Ugh, gross, bad. I hate it. I'm gonna
But
go
it's
find
back
that other dice.
back to you, because I have no activations left.
I think that's me. Is that correct?
I think so.
Okay.
Take
I would like.
4 damage
to-
from standing in the lightning area.
Well, fine. Okay.
This is what he does.
Storm colors are great.
How far is that storm color from me?
You are 6 either way. 6 to the storm color, 6 to the pepper box.
I would like to. Go. Is Lamosa in range 4?
Lamouth is standing right next to you.
Perfect. I am going to toss a. I'm going to toss a bless at Lamosa, so you can use it whenever you want it. You get that cure whenever you're ready for it. And then I would like to move forward to the Stormcaller, just enough to get what's my speed? My speed is 4, so just enough to get it into range 5 for me.
If you move 1, you're within range 5.
Perfect. I don't want to be super close to that thing because I, Kian, as a player, am very afraid of it right now. And I am going to use my ability called Sow. And so I pull some poison seeds and I'm going to throw it at the Stormcaller, and it is an auto hit for 1 damage. But it is now poisoned, which means that it is branded, which means attackers get a +1 boon. And it is marked. And so if I hit it, I get to bless an ally sort of freely at my will. And would I have enough? If with 3 more movement, could I get out of this stupid electric thing?
1 gets you out of it.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna get out of it then.
So you do also have Soul Cycle, because Pops did use a blessing.
I forgot about Soul Cycle. Okay, well, wait. Well, I have to consume a blessing though, and I
So-
just gave that one to.
Pops did consume a blessing,
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I forgot about
so
that.
it's all good. We're all learning.
Yes, this is a very difficult system for me. So
Just a
then
lot
my
of
attack.
parts.
Yeah, there are a lot of rules.
So that
Do I have
was-
to empower mine? Can I empower somebody else's attack later?
So when Pops used it, you could have used Soul Cycle to empower Pops' next attack to gain Pierce and bonus damage.
So can I retroactively do that?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Let's do that.
Yeah,
Because I
Pops,
forgot about myself.
your next attack is piercing, so it'll ignore armor, and it gains an extra die of damage.
Thank you kindly.
Dear
Thank you
God.
for catching
Yeah.
that.
I
And
thought I remembered that something happens when people consumed your blessings.
yes, no, this is very true. And then that will end my turn, as long as I'm out of the little electric field.
Oh! I'm sorry, I misread that. When any ally attacks, you can consume any blessing in range to empower that attack.
That's what I was thinking.
I
Okay.
misread that. I'm sorry. That's on me.
No, that's okay. That's okay. That will still end my turn though.
Okay. I think that's it. I think we're to
Alright.
the top of the round.
Yes.
Back to you.
Can I attack the
Go for it.
bloody enemy?
Do it. Do it.
Stormcaller is bloodied.
That's all I wanted to hear. Okay. Tell you what, I'm gonna move right up into its face, and then I'm going to hit it with death.
Okay.
So it's an auto hit. It's literally only one, so I just need to get one. I got two, so it's going to take 8 divine damage, which ignores all resistance, etc.
Yeah.
And then I can immediately dash 2. So I'm going to dash 1, get on top of its head, and I'm going to get an evasion until the start of my next turn.
Well, you sprint up to it, hit it with death. It immediately starts to shake and then just crumbling to pieces.
Oh, never mind that. That's fine.
Um,
So I'll
but I do need you to make a save.
Oh.
As those parts start to violently shake and then... Oof.
So I've gotten a 3 on the dice roll.
That is
But
going
I
to
have-
fail.
I have evasion, which means I'm super cool. And I'm not being a target.
That is 10 points of damage.
Ow. That's my health points.
But it erupts into shards, almost glass-like shards that you have to shield yourself from that still just embed themselves in your armor. But there's only one left, and it's not looking so good.
It's one of the ones in front of me, right?
It's the one on the far right side of the room,
Oh,
closest to Pops,
Okay. Okay.
who is reloaded, and since the pepper box is so cool,
Dang it.
it's I mean, the first time it works so well. Let's try it again.
Okay.
An 8
Against.
defense.
Oh, okay. So shooting at me. That's what I. All right. Yeah, 6. So it'll hit.
So that's
Is it? Is it?
15.
Is it at least 2 away from me?
It is exactly 2 away from you.
Okay. I have an ability, Aether Wall. I gain automatic cover against all attacks that originate outside of range 2 from me, which gives me resistance.
On hit, deal 3 damage 5 times. On miss, deal 3 damage 2 times. Effect, ignore cover.
Ooh, okay. In that case, I'll spend one of the Aether that I've gained over the past couple rounds here, and regain Aether Deflection.
Does that cost any
And-
actions?
It does not. It's an interrupt.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, yeah, that's just 15 damage.
Okay, so that's resistance on that. So that's 7.
Can you use the ability to regain it and then use it on the same interrupt?
You can spend 1 Aether at any time to regain this interrupt.
There you go.
Mhm.
So 7 more damage.
All right. I don't go down. Yay. But I am very, very
Oh.
much bloodied.
Does resistance round up or down?
I don't know.
Be a good thing to know.
Yes.
Should look that up. Combat glossary. Resistance.
Round it up.
Round it up. Okay. So that first attack you would not have taken 7. Because you're taking half of every single bit of 3 damage.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be
So
7, it would be 10. Because instead of 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, halved, rounded up would be 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
In that case, I'm definitely down.
So again, it just unleashes this salvo into Pops, who finally does drop under weight of fire. But it's back to you. The enemies are out of activations. And that electrical field is gone.
Ooh, nice. Okay, I'm not gonna take damage, so it's not gonna be irresponsible to do this. Alright.
But that's how you get your stress back. But that's how you get your stress back.
True. Although, I don't know, I would argue that, by, just throwing a lasso into the abyss and not knowing if I was gonna get dragged down could be
Sure.
considered a stress refresh. But this probably will too. So it doesn't take an action to do a job trait, right? Like if it doesn't say action, you just can do it. Or
I think it usually says like free. What is it?
Hold on, let me go back to it because I was figuring out what a wound meant too. There's a lot in this book. I'll go back to Colossus. Because yeah, I'm looking at burning blood.
You can take 1 wound or damage equal to 50% of your max HP, ignoring armor, to make an ability heroic and double the total distance of any flight, dash, or shove it made as part of the action. Yeah, so you can just do it.
Great, well, I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna take 1 wound. I'm gonna fill that in really fast. Which is actually going to refresh my stance. Which means I can use my Valkyrie ability, which would enable the charge effects, so I can fly 3 towards it instead of 1. Am I up toward it yet, or do I have more distance?
6 away from it.
Like, even with the 3?
No, starting your 6 away. 3 would get you halfway there.
Okay.
So you could move first and then do it?
Yeah, I could,
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
yeah, my speed's 3. Okay, yes. So yeah, I'll move, do the fly 3 because of the charge ability, which would get me up there. And then because I took that wound and I am already bloodied, let's see. Hold on. There's so much.
Yeah, when you take a wound, you fill in 25% of your hit
Yep.
points.
It just reduces the max.
Yeah, it reduces your maximum hit points and maximum.
What was I thinking of? There are so many sheets. Y'all, I have so many sheets of paper in front of me. Okay, what was I thinking? I guess it was just the stance I was thinking of. Like, this all made sense in my head until I started talking. I was like, this makes no sense. It makes no sense at all.
What's the action that you're using?
But it's fine. So the action that I'm using is Valkyrie. So let's just start with that.
Valkyrie.
So... Oh, I was thinking about making the ability heroic, and we'll get to that in a second. That's what I was thinking about with that trait. So let me roll the hit first and see what happens. That's a 10. That's a 10 hit.
10 against the pepper box does not.
Oh no. Well.
Defense 12.
Well, that's all I can do, folks.
Just dash across the battlefield towards this thing and just plants the
Ooh,
bow and just
anticlimactic.
meets you head on, just bouncing off each other.
Womp womp.
Sorry.
Because that took 2 actions. It's fine. It happens. Although, wait, hold on. On a miss, does it do nothing? Or no, on a miss, it still does fray. Does this one take fray damage? Oh.
Sorry.
So since this missed does fray damage. Does this take fray?
Does not.
Okay.
It has dodge.
Right.
All right. It's back to you.
Well, hold on. This is True Strike, which ignores that.
There you go.
So my fray is 4.
Oof.
There's so many rules, y'all. I was like, hold on.
It is past bloodied.
Okay. And I'm not sure if the heroic effect still works with that. Like, since it was a miss, I don't think it does.
I don't see why it wouldn't.
Oh, well, okay. Foe additionally must save or become immobile until the end of their next turn.
7.
Oh!
It's immobile.
We
Two of you are
both
just
hit each other in
planting.
this, like, boing.
Yeah, back to you. I think we have Essen left because Pops is down.
Uh-huh.
So is Pops in range 5 of me?
Yes.
As a mendicant, I can use rescue to bring up an ally at range 5 instead of adjacent. So I will use one of my actions to bring up Pops. And then I'm going to toss a bless to Orton.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. I think that's the Pops.
All right.
Gain a wound.
Yes. And then when rescued...
And the incapacitated state and heal to full hit points minus any wounds you've taken.
Okay. In that case...
Yep.
Whoa, bastard tried to kill me.
Well, Pops, you were the last one then.
All right. How far away is it?
From you?
Can I get to him?
3.
Wonderful. That'll be one. Let's see here. What is the name of this actual teleport? Yeah, one Klingekunst teleport 3 instead of taking my normal move to get right in his face, and let's Levin Blade him again.
Go for it.
A 12.
That just hits.
Yes.
You can't possibly
Okay.
roll low enough not to kill it. So how would you like to do this? It has 3 health left.
Right. So, with a total of 16 damage that he deals with this,
Yep. Almost enough to kill it outright.
Pops appears like right above the thing. The cane sword is up, the blade comes out, and it's just a thunder strike down.
Beautiful. Full on
With-
leaving it.
With the with any ammunition it's got left in it, basically just like cooking off and exploding as
But as that one is cleaved, its parts just scattering across the room. You immediately see all of the parts from all of them start vibrating. And then, as if magnetized, just shoot towards that pedestal, hitting again and again, collecting, until it makes the shape of just one solitary figure, holding a tome. And that pulse again releases throughout the room. Everything calms. These sconces along the wall, actually, the lights, very gentle, calming way. Any of the books that you would want to read are now free to be. You're muted.
I'm starting to think these Arcan Lords had a real fucked up societal structure.
That's the most sensible thing you've said all day.
Oh no. I said you were one of the smartest people I knew earlier today. You just didn't hear me.
What? But with that, because we did go over time, you would all have access to a treasure trove of lost, potentially forbidden knowledge at your fingertips for as long as you can survive down here. Whatever, however long that might be. And I think with that, we call this game a close. With we got to see combat, we got to see exploration, we nearly got eaten by a sea monster. I would call this a successful game of Icon. I don't know what people were complaining about. I don't think it was that difficult. It was a little difficult, there's a lot to remember, but I don't think it was more difficult than some of the other crunchy games we play.
Yeah. As soon as this gets a Foundry module, I'd love to take this for a spin.
Heck yeah. But
Or a form fillable character
yes,
sheet.
please.
Please make one. Please.
Please.
Hi,
I
Tom.
beg of you.
I know you watch every single playthrough.
But
So if you wouldn't mind.
thank you all for being here. You've been a lovely cast. Thank you to our audience for hanging out. We heckin' love you. We literally can't do this without you. So yeah, the bottom of my heart and everyone at the caravan, and say thank you. But I want to give everyone a chance one more time to tell you who they are and if they're working on any projects that you can check out, where you can find it. Starting again to my immediate right with Morgan.
Hi again, folks. My name's Morgan Stutler. Again, this is King. And I'm reachable on most social media at Mr. Morphine482. I'm an actor and voice actor, and I'm actually going to be in a Level Up 5e game on Friday on twitch.tv/Precarious called Mists of Makani. And we'll be resuming after a short break that we've had for the past couple weeks. So I'm looking forward to getting going on that.
Heck yeah. Sounds amazing. Alright, over to Turk.
Oh gosh, it's me. Hi. Hey everybody. I am Turk, or Turk Extension on Twitch and Twitter. I have of course playing Orton Harlow, the junior Harlow family member, capable of inflicting terrible damage upon this world. If you want to see more of me and the things I do, and if you like my face, it's one of the bonuses of following along. But I promise you, there are more bonuses, like the awesome people I hang out with. You can of course catch me on Friday. I'll be over at Neon Lights with Cold Hands Warm Hearts as a guest streamer, so you can only catch me twice over there. But you should follow, of course, the main campaign there. It's a Frost main campaign that I'll let Het talk more about. Additionally, on Saturday, I'll be over on Nat 20, where I will be playing as a 12 to 14-year-old in a Kid Cthulhu session, as we play The Dare. If you're at all familiar with those Call of Cthulhu scenarios, it should be really fun. It's DM'd by Saint, so I see this as recompense for all of the terrible things I've done to him through Delta Green. So it should be fun. And
I was going to say Kid Cthulhu.
Yeah.
All of Kid Cthulhu.
That does not seem like a thing that should be happening with kids.
Well, you go into a spooky spot. It's fine. I played a Christmas Orphan before. It was the Cthulhu is a very flexible system. Everyone can experience horror. Free for all ages.
It's 80s horror. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, I killed Krampus once as a 5-year-old. It's okay. Anyway, speaking of killing gods and mythological figures, on Sundays I am of course part of the Macromancer's game here on False Caravans. So if you haven't got a chance to enjoy some Lancer goodness in a while, I'd absolutely recommend you jump in, because yeah, we're gonna go kill God. My brain is full of other people's voices, and it's great. Additionally, on November 3rd, I will be right here with Through the Breach, and I might have to kill the rest of the party, so should be a fun session.
For the record,
Much more
the entire party has said, if it comes to it, PvP, green light.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not something that I'm doing because, oh, well, I'm just gonna be the stinker. No, I've been given the green light. Anyway, much more to come. Of course, stay tuned for whenever we do session 2 of this. And yeah, I don't have a cat to hug, so I'll just grab the book. So there we go. Yeah, thank you so much. Make sure to put good out into the world, and you get good. So
All
see you
right.
next time.
What the heck?
I'm so jealous, y'all. It's the temptation to get a cat is so real. I
Trust
shouldn't.
me,
I'm so.
from causing chaos right now.
Oh my god. Hey everybody, it's me, Sir Heckalot. You know, look at that floof. Oh my gosh, I'm so distracted. Tonight I played the Lorito Colossus, who is indeed both fight and flight this entire time. It was great. You can find me on all the social medias at Sir Heckalot. It's the best place to figure out where I'll be in the TTRPG space next. I'm actually running a poll on my Twitter right now. To celebrate 500 followers, I'm doing another in costume dating sim stream. I'm playing Hooked on You, which is the Dead by Daylight spin-off dating sim. So vote on which survivor y'all want me to be. Right now Steve Harrington is winning, and if he wins, you know I'm going all Scoops Ahoy on that. It's gonna be great. But yeah, so if you want to get on that, go vote. It's free. But yeah, in terms of the TTRPG space, you can find me, like Turk said, on Neon Lights Roleplay, not tomorrow, Friday, playing Cold Hands, Warm Hearts, our Frost Maiden campaign. I'm one of the newer permanent players. We are in a party with 3 bards, and we are towards the end of the campaign, and we're scared. We're very scared. We're gonna fight a goddess with 3 bards, and I'm scared. It's gonna be great, though. On a Saturday, you can also find me on Nat 20 playing Kid Lulu. I am going like full horse girl. It's gonna be great. I'm so excited. But before that, if you're not doing anything, you can find me on the Hype Goblins channel doing a Numenera Season 1 Q&A session to gear up for our Season 2. Super excited for that. Definitely come by if you have any questions about the system or anything like that. We're going to be there for about an hour or two. On the 1st, you can see me along with Turk again for Through the Breach. I'm one of those suspicious people now, so we're gonna see how that's gonna go.
Suspicious people.
So yeah, I'm sus
Targets.
now. Listen, I'm sus now. It's okay. On the 3rd, you can find me back on Nat 20 for All Hail the Queen, a Tyranny of Dragons campaign. And then on the 5th, a super special event with Bard Rock Cafe. I'm doing a one of the one-shots out of a multi-tiered Castle Siege set of one-shots that they're doing the entire weekend as a fundraiser for Extra Life. So if you want to see us try to defend a castle against Strahd and his hordes of undead, while supporting a good cause, definitely tune in. But I've been talking far too much, so let's keep on keeping on.
Over to Kian.
Hello everyone, my name is Kian, pronouns they, them, theirs. You can find me on Twitter at uptight_Trupon. I have been playing Essen tonight. This was a lot of fun to play. I am here hanging out with Lost Caravan. I play Ren in the Deveros campaign that we are running right now. It's a D&D 5e playtest. It has been so much fun. We are coming up to the finale of this. I'm really excited to see how that goes. I will be hanging out hopefully with Lost Caravan again next month. And then I will also be on a stream with Roll for Felicity, my good friend Taylor. She's super cool. Definitely go give her a follow. But that is all that I have going on. So definitely go and support all the things that these other amazing creators are doing. And go vote. I'm going to second Hex notion. It is important. Do your civic duty. That's all I gotta say.
Absolutely. And of course, I'm Andrew, your games master for this evening and for most evenings around here. Although you are going to see a bunch of friendly faces behind the GM's chair in the coming weeks, especially since the casting call is up for next month, and who knows what kind of shenanigans we'll have available. It's up on our Twitter. I believe it closes on Saturday, so if you want to come and play with us, go fill it out. You can join our Discord, link is down below. Big O button says Discord. It's where we hang out, where we post all of our casting calls, our schedules, and just generally be giant nerds.
Mm-hmm.
Our friends, I think they're still live. They are. Over at Insomnia Night RPG are currently live, playing some D&D, some Dragon Heist. So I'm going to throw a raid over to them. But before I do, just, be good people, do good things, and we'll see you next time. Bye, buddy.